Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I checked my bank statement. There's a recurring charge for soul preservation is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first charge was for $9.83, not $9.99, which I might have ignored because every app on earth had trained me to accept that number as the price of being alive online. Not $10, clean and forgettable. It was $9.83, posted at 3:14 a.m., labeled in plain black letters on my bank statement as soul preservation. Recurring, I stared at it with one sock on, one sock off, sitting on the edge of my bed, while the radiator in my apartment ticked like someone dragging a fingernail along a comb. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, and I live in Portland, Maine, in a second-floor apartment above a closed-down tailor shop on Congress Street. I work remotely as a billing analyst for a medical supply company, which means I spend 8 hours a day finding numbers that don't belong. Duplicate invoices, misapplied credits, insurance payments that vanish into the wrong bucket, tiny errors with boring explanations. That was supposed to make me good at this. It was a Thursday morning in late February, the kind where the sky looked like dishwater and the harbor wind found every crack around the windows. I had rent due in 2 days, a dentist appointment I was pretending not to think about, and a checking account that lived under constant supervision because I did not trust myself with money. That was the private thing I hated admitting. Not that I was broke. Plenty of people were broke. My fear was more embarrassing than that. I was terrified that if I stopped watching my life for 1 second, some quiet part of it would rot. Bills, teeth, friendships, my mother's voicemails, the unopened mail stacked beside the microwave. I believed everything bad started as something small you didn't handle in time. So every Thursday before work, I made coffee, opened my bank app, and checked every transaction line by line. Coffee from Hilltop Market, $4.61. Auto pay for electricity, $78.22. Pharmacy, $16.40. Soul preservation, $9.83. At first, I laughed. Not because it was funny exactly, but because my brain reached for the simplest shelf and found weird app subscription, some meditation service, some wellness scam, something I signed up for during one of those midnight spirals where you search, "Why am I tired all the time?" and end up giving your email address to a company with soft beige branding and a questionnaire about burnout. I tapped the transaction. The app loaded. The merchant detail page showed no phone number, no website, just the same phrase in all caps, the amount, and a category my bank had auto-selected, health and wellness. Outside, a truck backed up in the alley behind the building, beeping in short, flat bursts. A gull screamed somewhere over the roofline. The coffee maker clicked as the hot plate warmed and rewarmed nothing. I checked the date again. Posted today. Transaction time, 3:14 a.m. I had been awake then. That was what made my face tighten. Not fully awake, half awake. The ugly kind, where you look at the ceiling and think about things you did wrong in high school, then open your phone because sleep has become a room you can't find the door to. Around 3, I'd been sitting in the dim bluish light of my screen, scrolling through work emails I didn't need to read, hearing the pipes knock behind the wall. I hadn't bought anything. I went to my subscriptions folder, then my email search bar. Soul preservation. Nothing. Preservation. Receipt for a hotel in Providence from 2021. A newsletter from an outdoor gear shop about preserving body heat. A spam email about preserving your legacy through crypto that made me close the tab immediately. I checked my app subscriptions. Apple, Google, PayPal, Venmo. Nothing. The second sock was still in my hand. I called my bank while brushing my teeth, which meant the automated voice had to listen to me spit into the sink. Please tell us in a few words what you're calling about. Unknown transaction. I heard stolen card. Is that right? I closed my eyes. No, unknown transaction. The voice gave me keyboard music. Plinky, cheerful, unbearable. My kitchen was barely a kitchen, more of a hallway with appliances. A thin strip of counter. A microwave with one button that sometimes worked if you pressed the corner. A fridge that groaned at night like it was carrying something heavy. I leaned against the sink and watched dirty snow slide down the window glass. After 11 minutes, a woman came on the line. This is Marcia with Pine Harbor Credit Union. Can I have your full name and the last 4 digits of your social? Marcia Avery, probably late 50s from her voice, female, spoke with that practiced customer service warmth that had been sanded smooth by years of people yelling about overdraft fees. She was not from my life yet. Not really. Just a voice through the phone while I stood barefoot on cold linoleum. But she became part of the day the moment she read the charge back to me. I'm seeing one transaction in the amount of $9.83, she said. Merchant name is Soul Preservation. She paused for half a beat. I gripped the edge of the counter. Yeah, that one. Do you recognize the charge? No. Have you recently enrolled in any subscription services, apps, memberships, online wellness programs? I don't think so. That's okay. We can dispute it. Can you see who the merchant is? Let me check. Her keyboard made soft plastic clacks. Behind her, faintly, another agent said, Sir, I understand, but pending means pending. Marcia came back. I'm not seeing much on my end. The merchant processor is listed as North Star Payment Services. Category code comes through as medical services. Medical, that's what I'm seeing. I haven't been to a doctor. Sometimes merchants use a processor that has a broad category. It doesn't necessarily mean, but it says recurring. Another pause. Yes, she said carefully. It is coded as recurring. Can you cancel it? I can cancel your current debit card and issue a new one. That should stop any further card-based billing. Should, if it's tied to the card, yes. If it's connected through your account and routing number, that would be different. But this appears card-based. Appears. I don't want to overpromise. That was honest of her, and I hated it. I looked at my coffee mug, untouched beside the sink, a brown skin forming on top. Okay, cancel it. All right, I'll get that started. You'll receive a temporary digital card in your app and a physical card in 5 to 7 business days. She read the script. I answered the questions. The radiator ticked. A delivery truck groaned away down the alley. Then, right before she ended the call, Marcia said, "Mr. Mercer, yeah, this may just be a display issue, but I want to mention it." My fingers tightened around the phone. When I opened the merchant detail, there's a note field attached to the authorization. It's not something customers usually see. What does it say? She exhaled softly through her nose, close enough to the receiver that I heard the tiny rush of air. It says, "Initial preservation active." For a moment, I only heard the apartment, the refrigerator motor, the wind pressing at the old window, a car passing below with slush chewing under its tires. Then Marcia said, again, "That may be an internal descriptor. These things can look strange. Can you send me that? I'm sorry, we don't have a way to export internal processor notes." "Can you read it again?" It says, "Initial preservation active." I wrote it on the back of an envelope from my dentist. Initial preservation active. My handwriting came out too large. After the call, I should have gone to work. I had a 9 o'clock meeting about denied claims from a hospital network in Ohio, and my manager liked everyone visible on camera, smiling like we were not all slowly calcifying in our apartments. Instead, I searched the internet. Soul preservation charge. The results were useless. A church podcast. A skincare product called Soul Preserve. Reddit threads about fraudulent subscription charges. None with that exact name. A wellness retreat in Arizona with a dead website and photos of women holding clay mugs in the desert. A cemetery service in Georgia offering soul preservation through memory gardens, which was exactly the kind of phrase people wrote when they wanted grief to sound expensive. I found North Star Payment Services, or I found a North Star, then another, then 5 more. Payment processors are like mold. They grow behind other companies, all similar names and blank contact forms. At 8:57, my work laptop chimed. I joined the meeting with wet hair, no breakfast, and the envelope beside my keyboard. My manager, Priya Nair, 39, female, lived outside Boston and had the calm, precise manner of someone who folded fitted sheets correctly. She was already talking when my camera blinked on. "Daniel, good morning. We're looking at the rejected line items from St. Agatha S. Did you get a chance to review the spreadsheet?" "Yeah," I lied. Priya's eyes flicked away from her screen and back. "Great. Can you walk us through the variants?" On the call with us was Miles Richter, 27 male, our newest hire from Vermont, who had a nervous habit of nodding even when no one had finished speaking. He was sharing his screen. Rows and rows of charges glowed in pale blue. I started talking from muscle memory. Most of the issue seems to be duplicate supply codes getting rejected after the January rate update, I said. If we filter by payer response and isolate, my bank app buzzed on my phone. I glanced down. A notification sat on the locked screen. "Pine Harbor Credit Union, your new digital card is ready." "Fine, good." Then a second notification slid beneath it. "Card added to Soul Preservation." I stopped mid-sentence. Priya said, "Daniel," on Miles's shared spreadsheet, a column of dollar amounts blurred. "Sorry," I said. "Give me 1 second." I picked up the phone and unlocked it. There it was in my wallet activity. My old card had been canceled less than 20 minutes ago. The new digital card had been issued, and somehow, before I had used it anywhere, before I had even opened the card details, it had been added to the same merchant, Soul Preservation. The amount was still $9.83. The transaction hadn't posted again. This was just a wallet provisioning alert, the kind you get when Netflix or a gym membership updates automatically. "Daniel," Priya said again, not unkindly. "Are you with us?" I looked at my face in the tiny camera preview. Pale, hair flat on one side, eyes too wide. "Yeah," I said. "I'm sorry. I need to handle something with my bank. Can I jump back in 10? Priya's expression changed. Not annoyed, assessing. "Take care of it," she said. "Message me when you're back." I left the call. For a few seconds, I didn't move. Then I called the bank again, mashing through the automated prompts hard enough that my thumb hurt. This time, I got a man named Caleb Ortiz, 32 male, who sounded young and tired, and like he was eating cough drops between calls. I gave him my information and explained what had happened. "That shouldn't be possible," Caleb said. "People say that when they mean, 'I don't know what happened, and I don't want you to panic.' But it happened. I'm checking the card token activity now." Token activity. When a merchant keeps your card on file, they don't always store the card number directly. They use a token through the card network. When your card gets replaced, some merchants receive updated credentials automatically so your subscriptions don't break. Can you shut that off? For specific merchants, we can sometimes block token refresh. "Let me see." His keyboard was louder than Marcia's, more frantic. Click, 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 pause, click, click. While I waited, someone knocked on my apartment door. Not loud. 2 taps. I turned. My apartment is old enough that the door doesn't fit square in the frame. In winter, a thin draft comes under it and carries smells from the hallway, dust, floor cleaner, fried onions from the woman downstairs. That morning, it also carried cigarette smoke, though nobody in the building was supposed to smoke inside. 2 more taps. "Mr. Mercer." A voice called male, polite, close to the door. Caleb said in my ear, "I'm still looking." I muted myself. "Who is it?" I called. "Package." I hadn't ordered anything. The word package is supposed to be harmless. Cardboard, tape, a bored person in a vest. But something about the timing made the skin along my forearms prickle. Not cold, not fear exactly. More like my body had noticed a pattern before my mind could argue it away. I moved quietly to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway outside was narrow and yellow lit. The bulb over the stairs flickered with a faint insect buzz. Standing on the mat was a man in a dark parka and a gray knit cap, holding a flat white padded mailer against his chest. He was maybe 40, clean shaven, average height, no visible logo, no scanner, no delivery bag. His eyes were pointed at the peephole, not generally at the door. At the peephole, I stepped back. Caleb's voice came faintly from the phone. "Mr. Mercer, you there?" The man outside knocked again. "Need a signature," he said. I unmuted the call and whispered, "Someone S at my door." "Do you need to call us back?" No, stay on." "Sir, if you feel unsafe, you should contact local authorities." That sentence, formal and useless, snapped something into place. The bank charge, the automatic card update, the note Marcia couldn't send me, and now a man with no uniform standing outside my door at 9:12 in the morning claiming I had a package. It was all still explainable. A scam, a delivery mistake, bad timing, my own anxious brain stitching random things into a net. I wanted it to be that. I wanted it so badly I almost opened the door. Instead, I said louder, "Leave it there." "Can't do that," the man said. Then I refused delivery. A small sound came through the door, not a laugh, a breath through the nose. "You sure?" I didn't answer. The hallway bulb buzzed. Somewhere below, a tenant's dog barked once, then stopped. The man outside shifted his weight, and the old floorboards complained under him. Caleb said, "Mr. Mercer, I found the merchant token." My mouth had gone dry. "Can you block it?" "I can submit the request." "Submit? I don't have a direct kill switch from here." The man outside bent down, and for one awful second, I thought he was reaching for the bottom of my door. Then the mail slot flap lifted. I had forgotten about the mail slot. A white padded envelope slid halfway through, stopped, then pushed farther until it dropped onto the floor with a soft slap. I stared at it. No postage, no shipping label, just my name typed in black on a sticker. Daniel Mercer. Under that, smaller, preservation materials enclosed. I backed away until my shoulder hit the kitchen counter. The man's footsteps moved down the hall. Slow, not hurried. The stairs creaked once, twice. Then the building door opened below and shut with a heavy wooden thud. I stood there holding my phone. Caleb said, "Mr. Mercer, I got a package from the merchant. I don't know. I really do recommend contacting the police if someone came to your home." I looked at the envelope. The padded paper was bright white against the scuffed floorboards. A corner had bent when it landed. It smelled faintly chemical, like new plastic and printer ink. My laptop chimed again. A message from Priya. "Everything okay?" Then another message, this one from my younger sister, Ellie Mercer, 29, female, who lived in Providence and worked nights as an ER nurse. She was the only person in my family who could make concern sound like an accusation. "Mom says you didn't answer her yesterday." "You alive?" I almost laughed again. The same wrong laugh from earlier. I typed back to Ellie with one thumb. "Something weird is happening. Can you call me?" 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. My phone rang. I put her on speaker without taking my eyes off the envelope. "What kind of weird?" Ellie said. No hello. Hospital noise crackled behind her, distant beeps, rolling wheels, somebody coughing hard enough to hurt. "There's a charge on my bank statement." "A charge? It says sole preservation." She was quiet for half a second. "That sounds like either fraud or a cult with a Squarespace account. Someone just brought a package to my apartment." "What?" I told her quickly. Too quickly. The words tripped over each other. Charge, bank, merchant note, new card, door, envelope. Ellie didn't interrupt. That was how I knew she was worried. Normally, she interrupted as an act of love. "Don't open it," she said. "I wasn't going to." "Yes, you were." I looked at the envelope again. She knew me too well. I had spent my whole adult life picking at things that scared me because uncertainty felt worse than pain. I checked moles until they bled. I read the fine print on medical bills until I found new things to panic about. I once drove back to my apartment from New Hampshire because I couldn't remember unplugging a space heater I did not own anymore. "Call the police," Ellie said. "And say what?" "A guy delivered an envelope. Say someone came to your door after a suspicious financial fraud incident and left an unmarked package." That sounds insane. It sounds documented. From the phone on the counter, Caleb cleared his throat. I had forgotten he was still there. "Mr. Mercer," he said carefully, "for your privacy, I should end the call if you're discussing personal safety matters with someone else. But before I do, I want to confirm I've submitted the merchant token block and opened a dispute. How long does the block take?" "Usually 24 to 48 hours. Usually." There it was again. That soft, padded word people use when systems are too large for any one person to understand. "Okay," I said. "You'll receive confirmation by secure message." "Caleb." "Yes. Can you see any address for the merchant?" "I'm sorry. No physical address is available." The line clicked dead after his closing script. Ellie stayed on speaker. "Daniel," she said, softer now, "move away from the door." "I am. Wash your hands if you touched the envelope." "I didn't." "Good. Take pictures of it where it landed. Then call the non-emergency police number. Don't use 911 unless he comes back or tries to get in." Her calm made me feel worse. Ellie was calm when people arrived at the ER with glass in their face. Calm was her work voice. I took photos. The envelope on the floor. The mail slot. The hallway through the peephole, empty now, except for a wet footprint on the old runner carpet. I zoomed in on the footprint. The sole pattern was blocky, winter boot treads melted into dark patches. My hands were shaking enough that one photo blurred. Priya messaged again. "Take the morning if needed. Please confirm you're safe." The apartment seemed smaller than usual. The radiator hissed, then clanked hard enough to make me flinch. Outside, a snowplow scraped the street, metal grinding over wet asphalt. I found the Portland Police non-emergency number and held my thumb over the call button. On the floor, the envelope waited. It was probably paper. Probably some scam kit, some fake invoice, maybe a brochure printed by people who bought my information from a data broker, and thought fear was a good sales strategy. It was probably nothing that could hurt me, but it had my name. It had reached my bank before I knew it existed. It had reached my door less than an hour after I tried to cut it off. Ellie said, "Call them." I swallowed. Then my bank app buzzed again. A secure message notification. I opened it before I could stop myself. The message was only one line. "Your request to cancel preservation has been received. A representative will contact you shortly to discuss consequences." Ellie must have heard the change in my breathing. "What?" she said. "What happened?" I looked from the phone to the envelope, then to the door, where the mail slot hung crooked from being pushed too hard. "I think," I said, "I have to decide whether to open it before I call." "Daniel, no." But my eyes had already dropped to the typed label again. Preservation materials enclosed. The apartment hummed around me. Refrigerator, radiator, laptop fan, distant traffic. All ordinary sounds lined up like witnesses pretending they hadn't seen anything. And for the first time that morning, The choice in front of me felt simple and terrible. Leave it sealed and call the police with half a story, or open it and give the story teeth. I did not open the envelope right away. That feels like the kind of detail I should be proud of, except it only lasted about 4 minutes. I called Portland Police non-emergency with Ellie still on speaker, her voice clipped and steady from somewhere inside Rhode Island Hospital. While the line rang, I stood in my kitchen and looked at the envelope lying on the floorboards like a dare. The white padding had a faint grid texture under the overhead light. No postage, no courier barcode, just my name and those 3 words: preservation materials enclosed. The dispatcher picked up on the 6th ring. Portland Police Department non-emergency. The woman's voice was flat, but not rude. Busy. Somewhere behind her, another phone rang and rang. I gave my name, address, and tried to explain the sequence without sounding like I had built the whole thing out of coffee nerves and fraud paranoia. There's an unauthorized bank charge, I said. Recurring. Someone came to my apartment and left an unmarked package after I tried to cancel it. What was the charge for? It says soul preservation. The dispatcher paused. Ellie said quietly from the counter, stick to facts. It's labeled that way on my bank statement, I added. The bank says it's through a payment processor. They opened a dispute. Did the person threaten you? No. Did they attempt to enter the apartment? No. He pushed the package through my mail slot. Did you tell him to leave? Yes, and he left. Yes, her keyboard clicked. Okay, we can have an officer call you back or come by when one is available. There may be a delay. How long? I can't give an exact time. That soft, padded answer again. Usually, available, delay. Words that meant nobody was coming before lunch unless someone kicked my door in. Ellie must have heard my breathing shift. Tell her about the bank message, she said. I did. The dispatcher asked if I had screenshots. I said yes. Do not handle the package if you're concerned, she said. If there's any powder, liquid, strong odor, exposed wiring, or you feel ill, leave the residence and call 911. My eyes went to the envelope. No powder, no stain, no wires, just paper and padding and my name. Should I leave? Are you in immediate danger? I don't know. I understand. If you feel unsafe, you can go to a public place while waiting for contact. A public place. Like fear was weather and I could step under an awning. When I hung up, Ellie said, good. Now take your keys, wallet, shoes. Leave it there. I need my laptop. No, you don't. I have work, Daniel. I can't just vanish from work. You can, actually. People do it all the time when something weird is happening at their apartment. I looked toward my work laptop on the tiny table. Priya's message still sat unanswered. Please confirm you're safe. The cursor in the chat box blinked. A tiny patient pulse. I typed, I'm safe, but dealing with possible fraud and a suspicious package. Police notified. I may be offline. Priya replied almost immediately. Do what you need to do. Keep me posted. That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made everything feel official. I sat on the edge of the chair, shoes half on, looking from the envelope to the door. My apartment smelled like old coffee and hot dust from the radiator. Outside, a plow scraped Congress Street again, a long metallic shriek followed by wet tire hiss. Normal Portland morning. people buying bagels, buses kneeling at curbs, someone somewhere complaining about parking. Inside my apartment, a company that didn't exist had updated itself onto my new debit card and sent a man to my door. "Are you moving?" Ellie asked. "I'm thinking." That's what worries me. She was right to worry. Thinking was where I got trapped. Thinking had always been my excuse for not acting until the problem grew legs. When my father died 8 years earlier, I had spent 2 months thinking about calling the life insurance company because the paperwork felt complicated and final. By the time I did it, Mom had been putting groceries on credit cards and telling us she was fine. Ellie never said it like an accusation, but she didn't have to. I had learned then that my fear of mishandling things could become its own kind of mishandling. Now the envelope sat there, and I could feel that old part of me trying to make a spreadsheet out of terror. Evidence first, action second. The phone buzzed, not the bank app. A text from an unknown number. "Daniel Mercer, this is Patrick from Soul Preservation Client Care. We saw your cancellation request and need to complete a verbal confirmation before 11:00 a.m. to avoid account escalation. Please call the number on your enrollment materials." I read it twice. Then I read it aloud. Ellie's voice went lower. "No, it says before 11. I heard you. It's 9:43. Daniel, listen to me. Scammers use deadlines. That's the whole trick. I know that. Then act like you know it." I opened the text details. No contact name. A number with a 207 area code. Local. That detail bothered me more than if it had been from some obvious overseas scam number. "Send me a screenshot," Ellie said. I sent it to her. A second later, she swore softly. "Do not call that number." I wasn't going to. You absolutely were considering it. I was considering preserving evidence by calling the scammer, by finding out what they want. You know what they want: money, information, access. Then why send someone to my door? Because they have your address, and fear works. She was angry now, but not at me exactly. Ellie got angry at bad systems the way some people got angry at weather. Medical billing, staffing shortages, drunk drivers, people who lied to nurses. It was one of the reasons I loved her, and one of the reasons I sometimes avoided her. I forwarded the text to the police non-emergency email the dispatcher gave me, then placed the phone face up on the counter. The envelope had a seam along the top. One pull tab. "Don't," Ellie said. I didn't move. "You got quiet in the way you get quiet. I need the number on the enrollment materials. You do not need anything in that envelope. The text says there's a number inside." "Exactly. They want you to open it. What if there's something useful? What if there's a tracker? What if there's powder? What if it's just bait so your fingerprints are all over whatever they sent?" That last one doesn't make sense. Neither does Soul Preservation Dan. Hearing my nickname made my chest tighten. I crouched near the envelope without touching it. The floor was cold through the knee of my jeans. From this angle, I could see the padded mailer was not sealed with glue. The flap had been folded under itself and taped once with clear packing tape. No dust, no leaks. I went to the sink cabinet and pulled out a pair of yellow dish gloves. Ellie made a sound like she had watched someone step toward traffic. "Daniel, I'm not opening it with bare hands. That is not the problem. I'll open it outside. Do not take the suspicious package through your building. It's not ticking. Please do not say movie things to me right now. The phone buzzed again. Another text. Your confirmation window closes in 75 minutes. Unconfirmed cancellations may result in preservation breach charges. Below the text was a link. I didn't click it. Still, my thumb hovered. Not because I wanted to, because the phrase had done what it was built to do. Preservation breach charges. Meaningless, official sounding, placed exactly where my brain was softest. Charges, penalties, terms, consequences. My whole adult life had trained me to fear the fine print more than the threat standing in front of me. What does it say? Ellie asked. I told her. Block the number. Not yet, Dan, for evidence. You already have screenshots. A knock came from downstairs. Not on my door this time. At the building entrance. 3 heavy pounds that traveled up the stairwell through wood and plaster. I froze. My apartment was at the top of a narrow staircase. The front entrance opened to a small vestibule with mailboxes and a buzzer panel that only half worked. If someone didn't have a key, they needed a tenant to buzz them in, or they needed to wait for somebody careless. Another pound. Then Mrs. Vasco's voice from the first floor, sharp with age and cigarettes. Who is it? A man answered, muffled by distance. I could not make out the words. Mrs. Vasco, her first name was Irina. 71, female. A retired school secretary from Krakow, who had lived in the building longer than the landlord had owned it, was fearless in the specific way older women can be when they have survived enough men to find most of them unimpressive. She also buzzed in anybody holding a clipboard because she believed official paper still meant something. I opened my apartment door an inch, chain engaged, and listened. The building door creaked. Ellie said, "What are you doing?" "Someone's downstairs. Close your door." Footsteps entered the vestibule, one set, slow, heavy, wet. Then I heard Mrs. Vasco again, closer to her own doorway. No upstairs. You leave here." A man's voice answered calmly. "Ma'am, I'm just here for Mr. Mercer." My throat tightened. I shut my door as softly as I could and slid the deadbolt. Ellie said, "Call 911. He hasn't done anything. He came back. It might be someone else." The footsteps started up the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Our stairwell had 13 steps between floors. I knew because I counted them when I carried laundry. On the 7th step, there was a dip in the wood that made everyone's weight creak twice. Creak, creak. He was halfway up. My phone rang. Unknown number. The knocking started on my apartment door at the same time. Not polite now. Firm. 3 blows with the side of a fist. "Mr. Mercer," the man called. Same voice as before, or close enough that my body decided before my brain did. "We need to retrieve the materials if you're declining service." Ellie said, "Daniel, 911. Now." I hit the emergency call button with my thumb. The unknown number kept ringing over it, vibrating on the counter, rattling against a spoon. The 911 dispatcher answered fast. 911, what is the address of your emergency?" I gave it. My voice sounded thin, like it was coming through a wall. "There's a man at my apartment door who was here earlier. He left a suspicious package, and now he came back. Is he trying to enter?" The doorknob moved. Not violently. A test, I stared at it. Yes, I said. He just tried the knob. The dispatcher's tone changed. Stay on the line. Is your door locked? Yes, deadbolt and chain. Do you have a safe room? No. Can you move away from the door? The man knocked again. Mr. Mercer, opening the door is the easiest way to resolve this. His voice was not loud. That was the worst part. No shouting. No rage. He sounded like a man reminding me my parking meter had expired. I backed into the kitchen, bringing the phone with me. Ellie was still on speaker from the other line, small and tinny, saying my name over and over. The 911 dispatcher asked, "Are you alone?" Yes. Any weapons in the home? No. I glanced at the knife block by the microwave. 3 knives. 1 bread knife, 1 chef's knife, 1 paring knife with a cracked handle. I had never thought of them as weapons before, only as things I forgot to sharpen. The man outside bent near the door. The mail slot flap lifted again. I saw fingers, pale fingers in a black glove, pushing inward through the brass opening. Not enough to reach the lock. The slot was too low and too small, but he pushed something through. A business card slid across the floor and stopped beside the envelope. Then his fingers withdrew. The flap clapped shut. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "you have 58 minutes. The footsteps moved away from my door, not down. Up. There was nowhere up except the roof access landing. My building had an old roof door at the end of the hall above my apartment, kept locked with a cheap padlock because tenants used to smoke up there in summer. The roof connected by a low parapet to the empty tailor shop sign frame, and beyond that, a fire escape ladder on the alley side. I knew this because my landlord had once given me a long speech about not putting plants on the roof. "He's going upstairs," I told the dispatcher. "Officers are en route. Stay inside. Do not confront him." A scraping sound came overhead, metal on metal. Then a thump. My ceiling gave a tiny sprinkle of old plaster dust near the light fixture. Ellie heard it through the phone. What was that? He's on the roof. Why would he go on the roof? I knew why before I wanted to. The alley-facing windows in my apartment had old exterior storm frames. One of them, in the bedroom, didn't latch correctly. I had told the landlord twice. He had said it was on his list. In winter, I stuffed a rolled towel along the sill because the draft made the room smell like brick dust and garbage bins. I had turned an unfixed window into background noise, a small thing I didn't handle. Now it had teeth. The 911 dispatcher said, "Sir, move to the room farthest from exterior access." "There isn't one. It's a 1-bedroom. Can you exit safely?" I looked at the apartment door, the hall beyond it, the stairs, Mrs. Vasco downstairs, then the bedroom. Another scrape overhead, the fire escape, my bedroom window. "I might be able to leave through the front," I said. "Do not leave if you do know where he is." The choice split in front of me. Stay in the apartment and hope the police arrived before the man found a way in. Run downstairs and risk meeting him if he had doubled back. I grabbed the envelope from the floor. I know. I can hear Ellie's voice even now. But in that moment, the envelope felt like the center of everything. Evidence, explanation, bait, threat. I could not leave it behind for him to retrieve. The thought of him coming into my apartment, and taking it back made me feel like the morning would collapse into something deniable. No package, no proof, just Daniel Mercer, anxious billing analyst, overreacting to fraud. I pinched it between gloved fingers and shoved it into a canvas grocery bag hanging by the fridge. Then I grabbed the business card. It was matte black, white letters. Soul Preservation, Client Care PATRICK, Vale, Field Resolution, Specialist, a phone number. No address. No website. On the back, handwritten in blue ink, 11:00 a.m. final window. The ceiling thumped again, closer to the bedroom side. I threw the card into the bag too. The dispatcher said, "Sir, what are you doing?" "Leaving. I need you to stay." "I can't." Ellie said, "Dan, take the stairs. Stay on with 911. I opened my apartment door with the chain still on first, peered through the gap. The hallway was empty. The yellow bulb buzzed. The wet boot print from earlier had blurred at the edges. A draft moved through the stairwell, carrying the smell of Mrs. Vasco's cabbage soup and cigarette smoke. I shut the door, removed the chain, then opened it wide enough to slip out. Behind me, from the bedroom, came a sound that did not belong inside a locked apartment. A soft, metallic click. The storm window latch. I ran. Down the hallway, down the first flight, socks sliding inside one shoe because I had tied it badly. The canvas bag banged against my hip. My phone was pressed to my ear now. 911 on the line, Ellie still shouting faintly through the speaker, because I had not ended her call and everything had become tangled. Mrs. Vasco stood in her doorway in a purple robe, holding a wooden spoon like a judge's gavel. "Daniel," she said, "go inside, lock your door." Her eyes sharpened. "The man, lock your door." I hit the vestibule at the bottom just as the building lights flickered. Once, twice, then died. Not the apartment lights, the hall lights. The stairwell dropped into gray morning dimness, lit only by the frosted glass in the front door and the weak rectangle of daylight from Mrs. Vasco's open apartment. For one stupid second, I thought power outage. Then I remembered the breaker panel for the common areas was in the basement, behind a plywood door with a twist latch that never caught properly. A procedural failure. A landlord's neglect. Another small, unfixed thing. From above, my apartment door slammed. Not closed, open, wood against plaster. Ellie screamed my name through the phone. I reached for the front door. It did not open. The old deadbolt on the building entrance had been thrown from the inside with the key snapped off in it. I stared at the broken piece of metal lodged in the lock. Behind me, on the stairs, a shoe creaked on wood. The 911 dispatcher said very clearly, "Officers are 2 minutes out." 2 minutes. The man above took another step down. Mrs. Vasco whispered something in Polish that sounded like a prayer, but probably was. The canvas bag in my hand suddenly felt too light, too obvious, too much like exactly what he had come back to collect. And I understood the immediate problem with terrible clarity. I had gotten out of my apartment, but not out of the building. The front door would not open. I pulled once anyway, because panic makes you test facts you already know. The old brass knob turned, but the deadbolt held firm, the broken key head glinting inside the lock like a small piece of bad luck. Behind me, the stairwell had gone dim except for the gray daylight through the frosted vestibule glass and the yellow spill from Mrs. Vasco's apartment. Above us, a step creaked, then another. Patrick Vale was coming down. "Daniel," Ellie said through my phone, her voice thin and distorted where it bounced between the 911 call and the speaker. "Where are you?" "Vestibule," I said. "Front doors jammed. Key broke in the lock." The 911 dispatcher said, "Officers are nearby. Can you enter a secure apartment?" Mrs. Vasco's doorway was 6 feet to my right. Beyond her was a narrow living room with lace curtains, a low couch covered in crocheted blankets, and a kitchen at the back where something boiled on the stove. Steam clouded the little window above her sink. I looked up the stairs. Patrick's shoes were visible now at the top of the first floor landing. Dark boots, wet soles. I grabbed Mrs. Vasco by the elbow. "Inside," I said. She resisted for half a second, offended by being handled in her own hallway, then saw my face and moved. We backed into her apartment. I shut the door and turned the thumb lock. No deadbolt, just the little push-button lock on the knob, the kind a determined teenager could open with a butter knife. Mrs. Vasco, Irina Vasco, 71, female, a retired school secretary from Krakow who lived below me and treated our landlord like a mildly disappointing student, stood in the middle of her rug with the wooden spoon still in her hand. Her robe was purple fleece. Her slippers had flattened backs from years of being stepped into. "What is this man?" she demanded. "I don't know. You know him." "No, you bring trouble." "I didn't mean to." "That is not answer." Patrick knocked on her door. Not hard, 2 polite taps. Mrs. Vasco sucked air through her teeth. The dispatcher said, "Do not open the door." Patrick's voice came through the wood. "Mr. Mercer, I understand this feels alarming. We're trying to keep this from becoming more complicated." Ellie said, "Don't answer." I didn't. I held the canvas grocery bag against my chest. The envelope inside bent slightly under my grip. My hand had started to ache from clutching it. My socks were damp at the toes. I couldn't remember stepping in anything, but the vestibule floor had been wet with tracked in slush. Patrick knocked again. "Mrs. Vasco," he said. Her eyes widened. He knew her name. "We don't want you involved in this," he continued. "Please ask Daniel to return the materials." She mouthed, "How he know?" I shook my head. The first attempt was the obvious one. Get out through Mrs. Vasco's back door. Her apartment faced the alley behind the building. I knew this in the general way you know your neighbor's layouts are versions of your own, flipped and rearranged. My apartment had windows over the alley. Hers had a kitchen door that led to a small back landing, then a staircase down to the garbage bins, and a narrow passage toward Forest Avenue. "Back exit," I whispered. She nodded. "Kitchen, but stairs ice. Better than him." We moved through her living room, past framed photos of grandchildren in graduation gowns, and a glass cabinet full of porcelain birds. The apartment smelled of cabbage soup, cigarette smoke hidden badly under lemon cleaner, and the powdery perfume older women wear to church. The floor dipped near the kitchen threshold. Patrick tried the front doorknob. The button lock clicked under the pressure. Mrs. Vasco made a small, furious sound and shoved a chair under the knob with surprising speed. "Old trick," she muttered. The kitchen was narrow and too warm. A pot simmered on the stove. The back door had a small square window with a curtain over it, and under the curtain I could see daylight. I unlocked it. The door opened 2 inches and stopped. A chain ran from the outside handle to the iron railing of the back landing. For a moment, my mind refused to understand it. Then I saw the padlock. New, silver, clean. Someone had chained the back door from outside. "No," Mrs. Vasco whispered. I pulled harder. The chain snapped tight with a metallic clatter that made both phones hiss with startled voices. The 911 dispatcher said, "What happened?" "Back door S chained from outside." "Can you break the window?" The window was small, double pane, reinforced with wire mesh. Because the landlord had once decided security glass was cheaper than fixing the alley lighting. Through the glass I could see the back landing, the icy metal stairs, the garbage bins below, and beyond them the alley empty except for dirty snow and tire grooves. No way out. That failure landed in my stomach like swallowed metal. Patrick had not improvised. He had prepared the building. Mrs. Vasco looked at me differently then, not accusing anymore, measuring the shape of the danger. "He came earlier," she said city inspection. Showed badge. "What kind of badge?" She shook her head. "Plastic. On neck, clipboard. I tell him upstairs is private. He says appointment with you. Did he go to the basement?" "I don't know. I was on phone with my daughter." That revealed something useful and made things worse. He'd had time, basement panel, front lock, back chain, maybe roof. "Daniel," Ellie said, and her voice had that ER edge now, the one that meant listen or regret it. "Do not let him move you. He wants you trapped and making decisions fast." "I know. You don't. You're still thinking like this is paperwork." She was right. My brain kept returning to the business card, the envelope, the bank messages. I wanted the puzzle solved because solved things felt controlled. But the man outside wasn't a puzzle. He was a person using the building against us. At the front of Mrs. Vasco's apartment, the chair scraped an inch. Patrick had pushed the door. The chair legs squealed on wood. Mrs. Vasco grabbed a saucepan from the drying rack. "I call my son." "No," I said. "Call quietly from the kitchen. Tell him police are coming, but don't come here." She stared at me. "Please." Her face changed at the word please. She took her phone from her robe pocket and moved to the corner by the refrigerator, muttering in Polish. The second attempt was to get help from the street. Mrs. Vasco's living room windows faced Congress Street. They were old sash windows with storm panes, painted shut at the edges. The bottom halves were blocked by lace curtains and 3 potted plants that had somehow survived Maine winter better than I was surviving the morning. I ran back into the living room, crouching low as if Patrick could see through the door. The window looked down onto the sidewalk. People were out there. That was the maddening part. A man in a navy coat walked past with a paper coffee cup. A city bus sighed at the curb, half a block away. A woman in a red hat dragged a reluctant terrier around a pile of slush. The world was 10 feet away and sealed behind old glass. I shoved the window upward. It didn't move. I set the phone on the sill, grabbed with both hands, and pulled until pain flashed in my lower back. "Nothing." The dispatcher said, "Can you signal through the glass?" I slapped my palm against it. Once, twice, 3 times. The man with the coffee glanced over, saw me, and looked away with that city reflex people have when a stranger in a window might be selling something, asking something, needing something. I hit the glass harder. "Help," I shouted. "Call police," the terrier barked. The woman in the red hat looked up. Her face tightened. She fumbled for her phone. For one bright second, I thought we had done it. Then Patrick spoke from the hallway. "Daniel is experiencing a mental health crisis," he called, loud enough to carry through the door, and I realized, maybe through the thin walls and window seams. "Please give him space. Police have been contacted." The woman outside lowered her phone slightly. That was the thing about a calm voice. It could steal reality from you in public. I slammed my hand against the window again. The old glass cracked, not dramatically. A thin white fork appeared from the corner near my palm. Pain followed a second later, sharp, hot. I looked down and saw a cut across the heel of my hand where a sliver from the interior pain had broken loose. Blood welled quickly, bright against the pale winter light. Ellie heard me swear. "What happened?" "Cut my hand." "How bad?" "Not bad." "Pressure, clean cloth. Elevate." I grabbed a dish towel from the arm of Mrs. Vasco's couch. It had embroidered strawberries on it. I pressed it to my palm and felt blood soak the cotton almost immediately. The woman outside had moved on. The bus pulled away with a wet hydraulic sigh. Failed again, but not completely. Patrick had lied loudly enough to reveal something. He cared how this looked to bystanders. He wanted confusion, not attention. He wanted me to seem unstable. That realization should have steadied me. Instead, it made me angrier. The kind of anger that makes your hands clumsy. I picked up the black business card from the canvas bag with my uninjured hand. "Patrick," I shouted toward the door, "why are you pretending to be customer service?" A pause. Then, closer to the door, "Because that's what I am. You chained the back door." "No, Daniel, you're frightened and misreading things." Mrs. Vasco barked, "Liar." Patrick ignored her. "Look at the materials," he said. "Then call the number. This can still be resolved before 11. What happens at 11? No answer. The silence after that was not empty. It was full of the pot bubbling in the kitchen, Mrs. Vasco whispering into her phone, my own breath dragging through my nose, and Patrick standing just outside the door, deciding how long to wait. Then came the misdirection. A heavy crash exploded from the back of the apartment. Mrs. Vasco screamed. I spun so fast my shoulder hit the wall. For a second, I was sure Patrick had gotten around to the back door, climbed the alley stairs, broken through the chained entrance. Maybe there were two of them. Maybe there had always been two. Another crash came from the kitchen, followed by a wet, splattering sound. I grabbed the saucepan Mrs. Vasco had dropped earlier and moved toward the kitchen with my bleeding hand pressed to my chest. The back door was still chained, the window still intact. The pot on the stove had boiled over, extinguishing the gas flame. Foam and cabbage water spilled across the burner and onto the floor. One of Mrs. Vasco's porcelain bird magnets had fallen from the refrigerator and shattered. That was all. No man, no breach, just soup and steam and an old apartment turning ordinary neglect into terror. But the room now smelled strongly of gas. "Stove," Ellie snapped, Turn it off. Open a window if you can. I twisted the knob off and reached for the kitchen window. It opened an inch, enough to let in a knife of cold air from the alley, but not enough for escape. The smell thinned slowly. The misdirection passed, but it cost us. My nerves felt stripped. Mrs. Vasco was crying now, silently and angrily, wiping soup off the floor with paper towels while still holding her phone to her ear. "My son says he come," she said. "No, tell him not to. He is already in car." The 911 dispatcher said, "Sir, officers are on scene, but cannot access the front entrance. They're attempting entry." Relief hit, then curdled the front door, the snapped key, the chained back door. The basement may be accessible through a separate hatch, maybe not. Patrick had bought himself time with simple tools and cheap locks. "How long?" I asked. "They are working on it." From the hall, Patrick said, "Daniel, police involvement will make the breach process less flexible." I laughed once. It came out wrong. Flexible. You still have the ability to complete voluntary confirmation. What did I enroll in? You know enough to know you shouldn't have canceled impulsively. I didn't enroll. Most clients don't remember enrollment clearly. That sentence stuck in the room, not because it was supernatural, because it sounded rehearsed, like a line used on confused people, elderly people, sick people, people in debt, people with memory issues, people who could be told their own uncertainty was proof against them. I thought of my mother's voicemails, how I hadn't called her back, how she sometimes repeated stories now, losing the thread halfway through and laughing too loudly when she noticed. "Who else are you charging?" I asked. Patrick did not answer. Ellie said, "Daniel, don't engage." But I was already reaching into the canvas bag. "I'm opening it." "Do not," she said. "I need to know what this is before he gets it back. Police are there. They can't get in." The envelope's tape peeled with a soft, sticky rip. Inside was no powder, no wires, no dramatic object. Just a slim folder made of gray cardstock, a prepaid phone, and a plastic specimen bag. The sight of the specimen bag made me stop. It was clear, medical looking, with a white label. Inside was a cotton swab sealed in a tube. The label read, "D. Mercer, baseline buccal sample, received my mouth, tasted suddenly metallic." There was also a printed form. Not long. 1 page. At the top, sole preservation, client continuity program cancellation consequence acknowledgement below, that were lines of dense legal language, all built to sound official, without saying anything plainly. Failure to maintain continuity may result in the release of archived materials to designated parties. Client acknowledges prior consent. Client accepts responsibility for reputational, legal, financial, and relational outcomes resulting from discontinuation. At the bottom was a signature, my signature, or close enough to it. The letters slanted the way mine did. The D was too sharp, though. The final R in Mercer didn't curl right. A forgery, but not a lazy one. Beside it was a date from 3 months earlier, November 18. A location, Portland Community Health Outreach Clinic, Mobile Intake Unit. I remembered that day. Not clearly at first. Then in pieces. A church basement on Brackett Street. Folding tables. Flu shots. A nurse in blue scrubs. Free dental screening vouchers. I had gone because my dentist had scared me with an estimate I couldn't pay, and a coworker had shared a link for discounted preventive care. I filled out forms: insurance, income, contact information. I let someone swab my cheek because they said it was for a study about hereditary oral cancer risk, optional but helpful. I had not read the whole consent form. My hand throbbed under the towel. "Dan," Ellie said. I told her what I found. She went quiet in a way I had never heard from her. Then, "That clinic was real. Yes. You gave them a cheek swab. I thought it was for cancer screening. Did you get results?" "No, Daniel. I forgot." The words tasted worse than blood. I forgot. The thing I feared most, and I had done it anyway. I had let some small piece of my life slip because it was embarrassing and medical and expensive, because the room had been crowded and the volunteer had been kind, and I wanted to be the kind of person who could fill out forms without assuming every line hit a trap. Patrick knocked once. "You see now," he said. The prepaid phone inside the folder lit up. No ring, no sound, just a screen waking in my hand. A countdown timer showed. 0042, 16 under it. Call to complete cancellation. Review a green button pulsed at the bottom. The 911 dispatcher was still speaking, but her voice felt far away. "Do not use unknown devices," she said. "Put it down." I set the phone on Mrs. Vasco's coffee table as if it were hot. The timer kept running. 004209. 004208. From outside, finally, came the blessed heavy sound of fists on the building's front door. "Police, open up." I ran to Mrs. Vasco's living room window, held up my bloody hand without thinking, then pointed toward the vestibule. "They can't open it," I shouted. "Key S broken." A male officer outside looked up. His face was partly hidden by the reflection on the glass. He gestured for me to move back. Then, from the hallway, Patrick moved. Not away, toward Mrs. Vasco's door. Air under the knob scraped again, harder this time. "Daniel," Patrick said, and the calm was gone now. Not replaced by rage, replaced by urgency. "You need to hand me the materials before they come in." The door jumped in its frame. Mrs. Vasco cried out. I shoved the couch toward the door, shoulder first. Pain shot from my lower back into my hip. The couch moved maybe 8 inches. Not enough. I shoved again. My cut hand slipped, leaving blood on the upholstery. The doorframe cracked. Not much. Enough. The old wood around the latch splintered inward. The officers outside began striking the front entrance. Metal hit wood. Once. Twice. The prepaid phone timer glowed on the table. Patrick hit the door again. The chair legs buckled. Mrs. Vasco grabbed my arm. "Bedroom," she said. "What? My bedroom. Window to fire escape." I thought the back door. No. Bedroom window. Small ladder to alley roof. My husband used for smoking before he died. She pulled me through the living room toward a short hallway I had never seen. Her bedroom was at the back corner of the building, cramped and dim, with a narrow window above an old radiator. Beyond, it was not the chained back staircase, but a rusted fire escape platform tucked against the side wall, half hidden from the alley by the tailor shop's old sign frame. A second way out. A dangerous one. The officers struck the front door again. building shook. Patrick's next blow tore the lock from Mrs. Vasco's door. The sound was final. Wood cracking, chair skidding, Ellie screaming through my phone from somewhere on the couch where I had dropped it. Retreat ended there. I had the envelope, the forged form, the swab, the business card, and a countdown phone I did not dare touch. Police were outside, but not inside. Patrick was inside the apartment, and the only path left was through Mrs. Vasco's bedroom window onto a rusted fire escape glazed with February ice, carrying evidence that someone had already hurt other people quietly enough to call it client care. Mrs. Vasco shoved the window up with both hands. Cold air burst in. "Go," she said. Behind us, Patrick stepped into the living room. And for the first time, he stopped pretending to be polite. I'll keep this section focused on the direct confrontation and the practical human mechanics of escape, evidence, and police response, without resolving every mystery yet. Thought for a couple of seconds, Mrs. Vasco's bedroom window opened with a shriek that sounded too loud for a thing made of wood and swollen paint. Cold air punched into the room. For half a second, none of us moved. The fire escape outside was not really a fire escape in the way I had imagined one. Not a clean black ladder zigzagging down the side of a brick building. It was a rusted platform bolted beneath the window, barely wider than a kitchen table, with a narrow ladder dropping to the alley behind the old tailor shop sign. Snow had drifted into the corners and hardened there. Ice glazed the metal grating, turning the whole thing into something that looked less like a root and more like a dare. Behind us, Patrick stepped into the living room. He was breathing harder now, not from fear, from effort. The chair was overturned near the broken front door. Mrs. Vasco's couch sat crooked where I had shoved it. The prepaid phone glowed on the coffee table, its countdown moving in neat little numbers like it had all the time in the world. Patrick Vale looked different without the door between us. Still average. That was the worst part. Dark parka, gray knit cap, clean shaven face reddened from the cold. No wild eyes. No horror movie grin. He looked like the kind of man who would stand behind you at the pharmacy and complain quietly about the line. His eyes went straight to the canvas bag in my hand. "Daniel," he said, "give me the materials." Mrs. Vasco lifted the wooden spoon. It would have been funny in another life. "Get out," she said. Patrick barely glanced at her. "Ma'am, you don't understand what he's carrying." "I understand you break my door." He took one step forward. I moved between him and Mrs. Vasco, which was brave only because there was nowhere else to go. My right hand was wrapped in her strawberry dish towel, already soaked through at the palm. Blood had run down to my wrist and dried there in stiff brown streaks. My lower back pulsed from shoving the couch. My lungs felt scraped raw. The police hit the front entrance downstairs again. Wood cracked somewhere below. Patrick's jaw tightened. "They're going to come in," I said. "Not before this becomes worse for you." "What does that mean?" "You saw the acknowledgement, the fake acknowledgement." His face changed by maybe an inch. Not guilt, irritation. "You gave a sample. You signed intake paperwork for a cancer screening. You consented to data retention, not to whatever this is." He looked past me at the window. calculating distance. Wait, time. Ellie's voice came from the living room, tiny through my phone on the floor. Daniel, talk to me. Patrick heard her too. His eyes shifted. Then he moved. Not toward me, toward the phone. I didn't think. I threw the canvas bag, not at him, at the coffee table. It hit the table edge and knocked the prepaid phone onto the floor. The gray folders spilled out. Papers slid across the rug. The specimen bag skated under the couch. Patrick lunged for it, and I lunged for him. We collided near the doorway between the living room and bedroom. His shoulder drove into my chest. My back hit the doorframe hard enough that white dots popped across my vision. He was stronger than he looked. Or maybe I was weaker than I wanted to believe. My injured hand screamed when I grabbed at his sleeve. "Stop," he hissed. It was the first ugly sound I had heard from him. Not customer service, not calm, just a man whose plan had started to slip. Mrs. Vasco swung the wooden spoon and cracked him across the side of the head. The sound was small, wood on wool cap, not enough to hurt him badly, but enough to startle him. He shoved her, not a punch, a hard push to the shoulder. She went backward into the dresser, knocking over a lamp and a framed photo. The lamp hit the floor and popped its bulb, leaving the bedroom dim except for the gray window light. Something in me narrowed. I don't know how else to say it. All morning, I had been scared of paperwork, consequences, charges, fine print, some invisible system reaching into my bank account, my medical records, my apartment. Then Patrick put his hands on a 71-year-old woman in her own bedroom, and the fear became simpler. He was just a man, a dangerous man, but a man. I grabbed the fallen lamp cord and yanked it around his boot. He stepped wrong. His wet sole slipped on the edge of Mrs. Vasco's rug. He didn't fall all the way. He caught himself on the dresser, scattering pill bottles and a ceramic dish full of coins. But it bought me 3 seconds. "Mrs. Vasco," I said. "Window." She groaned, but pushed herself up with one hand on the bed. Patrick swung at me. I ducked badly. His forearm clipped my cheekbone. Pain flashed sharp and bright under my eye. I staggered into the wall. My teeth clicked together. For one loose second, I could taste blood but couldn't tell from where. The front door downstairs gave way with a splintering boom. "Police," a voice shouted from below. "Portland Police." Patrick froze. That was the moment. I kicked the prepaid phone under the dresser as hard as I could. It slid away, screen flashing once before disappearing into the dust and shadows. Then I scooped up the gray folder with my good hand, grabbed the specimen bag from under the couch, and shoved both into the canvas bag. Patrick came at me again. Mrs. Vasco threw the pot lid from the kitchen. It spun through the bedroom door and hit him in the shoulder with a flat metallic clang. Not damaging, not heroic, just enough chaos. "Go," she screamed. I shoved the canvas bag through the open window first. It landed on the fire escape platform with a wet slap. Then I climbed. The metal sill bit into my shin. My injured hand slipped on the frame, leaving a red smear on white paint. Cold air filled my shirt. I got one knee out, then one foot, and immediately lost balance on the icy grating. The fire escape rattled under me. Below, the alley waited. 10 or 12 12 feet to the lower roof of the tailor shop's storage shed, then another ladder to ground level near the garbage bins. Not impossible, not safe. Mrs. Vasco came next. "No," I said, "stay. Police are inside." Patrick grabbed her robe from behind. She cried out. I reached through the window and caught her wrist. For one terrible second, she was stretched between us, Patrick pulling from the bedroom, me pulling from the fire escape, her face twisted with pain and fury. "Let go of her," I shouted. Patrick said, "Give me the bag." There it was, plain, no more client care, no more acknowledgement, no more consequences in soft legal language. "Give me the bag." The police were on the stairs now. I heard boots, radios, someone shouting commands. Patrick heard them too. He yanked harder. Mrs. Vasco's shoulder made a sound I felt more than heard, a wet internal pop. Her mouth opened, but the scream got caught halfway. Her knees buckled. I let go of the bag, not all the way. I swung it. The canvas bag hit the outside of the window frame, then snapped back through the opening and struck Patrick in the face. The folder was light, but the prepaid phone inside was. I had forgotten I de-grabbed it too somehow, or maybe it had tangled in the papers when I scooped everything up. It hit him high on the cheek. Patrick recoiled. Mrs. Vasco dropped. I grabbed both of her wrists and pulled. She came through the window halfway, scraping her hip on the sill, slippers kicking against the radiator. Patrick recovered and grabbed the canvas strap. The bag caught between us. My hand slipped. The strawberry towel came loose and fell through the fire escape grating, vanishing toward the alley below. Fresh blood slicked my palm. I clamped down anyway. Pain made a noise come out of me I did not recognize. Patrick pulled. I pulled. The strap tore. Not completely. A seam split with a dry ripping sound. Papers burst upward between us like startled birds. The forged acknowledgement flew out into the cold. One page stuck briefly against the window glass. Daniel Mercer. Signature. November 18. Then wind took it sideways and slapped it against the brick wall. The specimen bag slid toward the edge of the fire escape. I dropped to my knees and caught it with my forearm. My skin hit the icy grating. The cold burned. Below, a police officer appeared in the alley, looking up. "Hands. Show me your hands." Everything overlapped. Ellie screaming from inside. Mrs. Vasco sobbing through clenched teeth. Patrick grunting as he tried to drag the torn bag back in. Police on the stairs. Police in the alley. My blood tapping through the fire escape grate in small red dots. I shouted, "He's in the bedroom. He attacked us. The evidence is here." Patrick let go of the bag. Then he did the thing I did not expect. He turned and ran. Not toward the apartment door, where police were coming. Toward the living room window facing Congress Street. For 1 second, I thought he meant to surrender there, hands against the glass, boxed in. Then I remembered the cracked pane. The sash painted shut, but weakened where I had slammed my hand against it. The crowded sidewalk. The confusion he had already planted. He was going to break out through the front window and drop to the shallow awning over the tailor shop entrance. "Front," I yelled. "He's going front." A crash answered me. Glass broke in the living room. Not movie glass. Not a clean, glittering explosion. It came apart in chunks and jagged sheets, followed by the horrible scrape of someone forcing wood and storm pain outward. Mrs. Vasco flinched so hard she almost slid off the sill. I dragged her fully onto the fire escape platform. She landed against me, her injured arm pinned to her chest, breath coming in animal little bursts. "Stay down," I said. "I am down," she snapped through tears. That was when I almost laughed. A cracked, exhausted thing. Somehow her anger was the most reassuring sound in the world. Inside, an officer shouted, "Police! Stop!" A body hit something heavy. The couch, maybe. Then another crash. The officer in the alley started toward the side passage. I looked through the bedroom window. Patrick was gone from the bedroom. The living room beyond flickered with movement. An officer in dark uniform entered low, weapon drawn, but angled downward. Another followed. Their voices were sharp and controlled. "Show me your hands. Get on the ground." Then a sound from the street side. A horn. A woman screaming. The heavy thud of a body landing badly. I looked down the fire escape ladder toward the alley mouth, where Congress Street showed as a bright slice beyond the building corner. Patrick had made it out. For 2 seconds, I thought he would disappear. That was the cruelest part. After everything, after police finally breached the entrance, after Mrs. Vasco's shoulder and my hand, and the cut on my face, I thought the man would simply run into a city morning and become average again. A parka in a crowd, a calm voice on another phone. Then a delivery cyclist clipped him. I did not see the impact clearly. I saw the cyclist's orange backpack swerve. I saw Patrick lurch off the awning edge or the low ledge beneath the window. I saw both of them go down hard near the curb, bike skidding into dirty snow, coffee cups from a startled pedestrian spilling brown across the sidewalk. The cyclist shouted, "What the hell?" Patrick tried to stand. His right leg did not cooperate. He got one knee under him, then collapsed against the tailor shop wall. Police came from the front entrance and the alley at the same time. One officer pinned his shoulders. Another controlled his hands. Patrick fought for maybe 3 seconds, not bravely, not dramatically, just desperately, like an animal caught under a fence. Then he stopped. "Don't touch the bag," I shouted from above, because I had become ridiculous by then. A bleeding man on a fire escape yelling about paperwork. The alley officer looked up. "Sir, stay where you are." "I would love to," I said, and immediately realized my voice was shaking too badly for sarcasm. Mrs. Vasco leaned against the brick wall, her face gray now under the winter light. "My arm," she whispered. "I know. My door also. I know. You pay." I stared at her. Then she gave a tiny breath that might have been a laugh, then winced so hard I thought she would pass out. The next few minutes stretched and snapped. Police reached us from inside the bedroom window first. One officer, a woman with blonde hair tucked tight under her cap, helped Mrs. Vasco back through with careful hands. Mrs. Vasco cursed in Polish the whole time, which seemed to reassure the officer that she was conscious. When my turn came, my legs refused to work right. I tried to climb through the window and slipped. The officer caught my jacket. My injured palm left another smear on the sill. My cheek had swollen enough that my right eye watered constantly. Inside, Mrs. Vasco's apartment looked violated. Broken glass glittered across the living room rug. The front door hung crooked from its damaged frame. Soup had dried in a pale crust around the stove. The coffee table had been shoved sideways. The prepaid phone lay under the dresser where I had kicked it, still glowing. 002403. An officer noticed it. "What's that?" "Don't touch it barehanded," I said. He looked at me in a way that said he had heard that from civilians before, but he still pulled on gloves. I handed over the torn canvas bag. "No, that's not true." I resisted for half a second. My fingers tightened around it, stupidly possessive. Evidence first, action second. The old reflex, still alive even after it had nearly gotten Mrs. Vasco killed. The blonde officer saw it. "Daniel," she said, reading my name from somewhere, maybe dispatch, maybe the folder. "We've got it. Let us take it." I let go. That cost more than I expected. Ellie was still on the phone in the living room, her voice hoarse now. "Daniel, someone answer me." An officer picked up my phone from the floor. "Ma'am, this is Officer Larkin with Portland Police. He's conscious. We're getting medical in." Ellie said something I couldn't hear. Officer Larkin looked at me. "Your sister says you're an idiot." I nodded. "That's accurate." Paramedics arrived through the now open front entrance after firefighters forced the snapped deadbolt. By then, Patrick was in handcuffs on the sidewalk with 2 officers beside him and a paramedic checking his leg. He kept asking for a supervisor. Not a lawyer, a supervisor. That detail lodged in me. He said it 3 times. "I need my supervisor notified." Not "I want an attorney." Not "you have the wrong guy." A supervisor. Someone above him. Someone who had expected a report. The paramedic wrapped my hand properly and cleaned the cut on my cheek with something that stung enough to make my eyes water. She said I likely needed stitches in the palm, maybe glue on the face, and asked if I had hit my head. I don't think so. People who hit their heads say that. Mrs. Vasco, seated on a kitchen chair with a sling improvised from a clean towel, said, "He hit everything." Her shoulder was likely dislocated, maybe fractured. She refused morphine until someone promised her apartment would be locked after they took her to the hospital. Through the broken front window, I watched an officer photograph the awning, the sidewalk, the bike, the blood where Patrick had gone down. The cyclist stood nearby wrapped in a silver emergency blanket, gesturing angrily, while another officer took his statement. Ordinary city life gathered at the edges. People stopped, looked, pretended not to look, took pictures, until police told them to move along. The prepaid phone reached 0 at 11:00. Nothing exploded. No alarm sounded. It simply changed screens. Officer Larkin had bagged it by then, holding it through plastic. The screen displayed a message in black text on white. "Cancellation window missed. Archive release initiated." Below it, a progress bar appeared. 1%, 2%, 3%. "Turn it off," I said. The officer did not. "Airplane mode, power it down, something. We need digital forensics to handle. It's uploading something." He looked at the screen. 4%. The room tightened. One of the other officers reached for his radio. "Can we put it in something?" I asked. "Block signal." Officer Larkin looked at the microwave. So did I. It was stupid. It was also not completely stupid. She opened Mrs. Vasco's microwave, placed the bagged phone inside, and shut the door without turning it on. The screen vanished behind the mesh. A few seconds later, when she checked through the glass, the progress bar had frozen at 6%. Nobody cheered. That kind of relief does not make noise. It just leaves you standing in a wrecked apartment, bleeding through gauze, realizing the morning has ended, but the thing underneath it has not. Patrick was taken away before I went to the hospital. As officers led him past the broken front entrance, he looked up and found me through Mrs. Vasco's shattered window. His face was scraped, one cheek already swelling from where the phone in the bag had hit him. His right foot dragged slightly. He did not look defeated. He looked inconvenienced. Then he said, clear enough that I heard him over radios, traffic, and the scrape of glass under boots, "You should have confirmed voluntarily." An officer pushed his head down and guided him into the cruiser. The door shut. For the first time in almost 2 hours, there was no one trying to get in. But the countdown had reached 0. The phone had begun to send something. And somewhere, maybe already, some archive with my name on it had started to open. At Maine Medical Center, a resident stitched my palm under lights so bright they made everything else feel dishonest. The room smelled like antiseptic, warm plastic, and coffee gone sour in a paper cup. Somewhere past the curtain, a child cried with the exhausted rhythm of someone who had been crying for a long time. Wheels rattled down the hall. A nurse laughed once too sharply, then went quiet. Life kept making its ordinary hospital sounds, even though part of me had expected the world to lower its voice after what happened. It didn't. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, and by noon that Thursday, I had 7 stitches in my right hand, 2 butterfly strips under my cheekbone, bruising across my ribs, and a police officer sitting outside my exam bay with my torn canvas grocery bag sealed inside an evidence box. Mrs. Vasco was 2 curtains over. I could hear her refusing pain medication. "I want clear head," she said. A nurse tried again. "I understand, but your shoulder was dislocated, and the reduction is going to hurt after the local wears off." "I know hurt." The nurse, a young man named Evan Cole, 26, male, with tired eyes and a pen clipped behind his ear, paused like he was deciding whether to argue with 71 years of certainty. "Yes, ma'am," he said finally. "I believe you do." Mrs. Vasco made a satisfied little sound. That was the first time I smiled. It hurt my cheek. Ellie arrived a little after 1, still in navy scrubs under a winter coat, her hair twisted into the kind of bun that looked both accidental and structurally impossible. She had driven from Providence after calling Mom, calling my manager, calling the hospital, and from what I later gathered, calling Portland police twice in a tone that made at least one desk officer promise to check personally. Ellie Mercer, 29, female, my younger sister and an ER nurse, came through the curtain with her face set for battle. Then she saw me. The battle went out of it. For a second, she looked younger than she was. "You look awful," she said. "I feel like that's not best practice bedside manner." She grabbed the rail of my bed with one hand. Her knuckles were pale. "Do you know how many times I heard you stop answering me?" I dropped the phone. Dropped the phone while a man was breaking into the apartment. Technically, Mrs. Vasco's apartment. Ellie stared at me. Sorry, I said. That was all the joke had been for. To give her something to be angry at besides the fact that I was alive by luck and poor building maintenance. She sat down hard in the plastic chair beside the bed and put both hands over her face. Her shoulders shook once. Not crying exactly. Containment failure. Then she inhaled, dropped her hands, and became a nurse again. Show me the stitches. I did. She examined the bandage without touching it. You'll need to keep it dry. They give you antibiotics. Yes. Tetanus. Yes. Head CT. No. She turned toward the curtain. Why no head CT? I didn't lose consciousness. You were hit in the face. Ellie. Don't Ellie me. A detective arrived before she could get anyone to scan anything. Detective Aaron Feld, 46, male from Portland Police, had a narrow face, a trimmed gray beard, and the patient posture of someone who had spent years listening to people lie badly. With him was Officer Larkin, the blonde officer from Mrs. Vasco's apartment, who had changed gloves so many times that I could still hear the snap of nitrile in my head. Feld asked if I was up to giving a statement. Ellie said, he needs rest. I said, I need to know what happened. Feld looked at me for a long second. Those aren't the same thing. I know. He pulled the rolling stool over and sat. Officer Larkin stood near the curtain with her notebook. They had arrested the man calling himself Patrick Vale. His wallet identified him as Patrick Donovan, 42, male, with a Massachusetts driver's license and an address in Lowell. No active warrants. Prior charges for identity theft and fraud, most of them pleaded down. None involving anything as theatrical as breaking into an apartment building with a forged cancellation packet. He's not talking much, Feld said. Asked for an attorney after he got treated for his leg. What about the supervisor? Feld's eyes moved to Larkin. He said that 3 times. We heard once outside, Larkin said. Body camera will have it. Feld wrote something down. We're looking into it. Looking into soul preservation. Yes. Is it real? He hesitated. That tiny delay told me more than his answer. We found records for an LLC registered in Delaware 6 months ago, he said. Mailing address is a corporate agent. Payment processing appears to be routed through a third-party reseller account under a different business name. Northstar Payment Services exists. They're cooperating, according to the Financial Crimes Unit. They're saying soul preservation was onboarded through an independent sales organization with falsified medical service documentation. Ellie crossed her arms. So a fake company got into the banking system by pretending to be medical. Feld said, that's one working theory. One, he looked at her calmly. It is early. I hated that, not because he was wrong, but because he was careful. Careful people leave room for terrible possibilities. What about the clinic? I asked. Portland Community Health Outreach Clinic was real, Feld said. The event you attended on November 18 was real, but the genetic screening table appears to have been run by a contracted research partner. There was a nurse, possibly a phlebotomy tech, possibly not licensed. We're verifying. I thought of the church basement, folding tables, flu shot signs, a woman in blue scrubs smiling as she handed me a clipboard. the smell of coffee in a metal urn and old carpet damp from boots. My own hand signing pages I had not read. What did they do with the cheek swabs? Feld closed his notebook halfway, then opened it again. We don't know yet. Don't say that. He met my eyes. We don't know yet. The answer settled over me heavier than any painkiller could have. Officer Larkin added, not unkindly, but we do know the swab in the envelope still had its original seal. It may have been included to scare you, not because they needed it. May have. Yes. Ellie rubbed her thumb over her eyebrow. And the phone. That was the detail I had been holding my breath for. Feld leaned back slightly. Digital forensics has it. Your microwave idea, or Officer Larkin's decision to use it, likely interrupted the active connection. Likely. His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. You're going to hate every word I use. I already do. The phone attempted to upload to a cloud storage endpoint. They stopped it at 6%. Forensics is preserving the device before any deeper examination. What uploaded? We do not have that answer yet, but something started. Yes. The hospital sounds returned around his answer. A monitor beeping in another bay. Rubber soles squeaking. Someone asking for more blankets. Ellie's breath was audible through her nose, slow and controlled. What are archived materials? I asked. Feld did not pretend to misunderstand. That term appears in the paperwork recovered from your envelope and in the texts. We also found similar language on Donovan's phone. You got into his phone, not fully, lock screen notifications. What did they say? Feld considered how much to tell me. Then he said, several messages referenced retrieval failures, non-compliant clients, and release packets. Ellie whispered, Jesus. Are there other victims? I asked. We believe so. How many? Daniel, Ellie said softly. I looked at Feld. He said, enough that this is no longer being treated as an isolated fraud complaint. That was the closest thing to comfort he could offer, and it did not feel like comfort. It felt like standing at the edge of a hole and being told there were other people down there too. Mrs. Vasco's voice came from beyond the curtain. I am also victim. Feld turned his head. Yes, ma'am, my door is victim. Yes, ma'am, my couch also. Officer Larkin's pen paused. Mrs. Vasco continued. You write this. I'll write it, Larkin said. After the police left, Ellie drove me home because I refused to go to her hotel, and she refused to let me be alone. We compromised by having her sit in the passenger seat of my own car while I rode beside her like an elderly dog being taken back from surgery. My car had been parked 2 blocks away, under a crust of snow. My right hand was wrapped too thickly to buckle the seatbelt without help. Ellie did it for me with more force than necessary. Don't make a face, she said. I didn't. You made a whole face. The drive from Main Med back to Congress Street took 12 minutes. The city looked normal in the late afternoon. Wet streets, gray snowbanks, a man carrying flowers under his coat, a runner in shorts, because Maine produces people with questionable survival instincts. When we turned onto my block, my apartment building looked smaller than it had that morning. That bothered me. The front entrance had plywood screwed over the broken glass panel. Yellow police tape fluttered from one side, though someone had already torn enough away for tenants to get in. The old tailor shop sign hung crooked above the awning where Patrick had dropped. There was still a dark stain near the curb, watered thin by slush. The ordinary world was already absorbing it. Inside, the hallway smelled of sawdust, cold air, and Mrs. Vasco's soup gone sour. The common lights were back on after an electrician replaced the tripped breaker and repaired the basement panel latch. The broken key had been removed from the front lock. A temporary deadbolt gleamed too new against the old door. My apartment door was closed, but splintered near the frame. Police had locked it as well as they could. Ellie said, "We're not staying here. I need clothes." We get clothes and leave. I opened the door. My apartment was both exactly mine and not mine anymore. The coffee mug still sat by the sink with a skin dried over the top. My work laptop was open on the table, asleep now. Priya's last message still visible when I woke it with my elbow. "Please just confirm when you're with family. Work can wait." That one nearly undid me. Not the break-in, not the stitches. That sentence. Work can wait. All my little systems, all my vigilant checking, all the ways I tried to keep life from rotting at the edges. And here was a normal human allowance I had never known how to grant myself. I typed with my left hand. "I'm with Ellie. I'm safe enough. Thank you, safe enough." That was the most honest I could manage. In the bedroom, the faulty window was closed and latched with a temporary screw through the frame. Snow had blown onto the sill while it was open. My bedspread was damp in one corner. A black scuff marked the radiator where Patrick must have climbed over it. Ellie stood in the doorway and looked at the window. "You told your landlord about this?" "Twice." "You have emails?" "Yes." "Good. You're doing the nurse voice again." "I am doing the sister voice. It overlaps." I packed badly. 2 shirts, socks, my laptop charger, medication. The envelope from my dentist with initial preservation, active written on the back, still sat near the sink. Police had photographed it, but left it behind because it was technically my note, not theirs. I folded it once and put it in my coat pocket. Ellie watched me. "What? Nothing. You think I shouldn't keep it?" "I think you're going to keep everything." She was right. That night, we stayed at a hotel near the waterfront because Ellie said she needed to be able to see the door from the bed. She took the bed nearest the entrance and put a chair under the handle, even though the room had a deadbolt and chain. I did not make fun of her. I barely slept. At 3:14 a.m., I woke without an alarm. The room was dark except for the little green light on the smoke detector and the red numbers on the microwave clock. Ellie was asleep on her side, one hand under her cheek, face creased with exhaustion. I reached for my phone. No new bank charges, no texts, no secure messages. I checked again anyway. Then email. Then spam. Then my credit report. Then I caught myself. Old machinery had started up inside me. Check, refresh, verify, prevent. If I could look at every account, every inbox, every corner, nothing could reach me. It was a lie I had lived with for years, but now the lie had evidence against it. I had checked everything every Thursday. I had still missed the clinic consent. I had still missed the window repair. I had still almost opened the envelope alone. Being vigilant had not saved me. Other people had. Ellie, Mrs. Vasco, Officer Larkin, a cyclist with terrible timing. a dispatcher telling me to move away from the door. Even Priya, in her small way, giving me permission to disappear from work before I fully understood I needed it. I put the phone face down. My hand throbbed under the bandage. The next week blurred into appointments, police interviews, bank fraud forms, a visit from a detective in financial crimes who asked me to list every medical event, online form, free screening, and discount service I had used in the last year. The answer was humiliatingly long. Dental voucher, clinic intake, a sleep study eligibility survey, a mental health app trial I had canceled after 3 days, but apparently not before agreeing to share identified wellness data with research affiliates. Identified. That word made Detective Feld's mouth flatten. The bank reversed the $9.83 charge. They closed my debit card again, then my checking account entirely, then opened a new one with new numbers. They helped me place alerts. They said the recurring token had been blocked permanently. Permanently was another word I no longer trusted, but I thanked Marcia Avery when she called personally to confirm it. "I'm sorry this happened," she said. "You didn't do it." "No," she said, but I saw the note and still had to speak in scripts. I didn't know what to say to that, so I said, "You read it to me." That helped. She was quiet. Then, "I'm glad." Patrick Donovan was charged with burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, criminal mischief, and several fraud-related counts. More charges were expected, according to Detective Feld, pending coordination with Massachusetts authorities and federal investigators. The mobile clinic contractor vanished from its listed office 2 days after Patrick's arrest. Its website went down. Its phone number disconnected. Its registered agent claimed no knowledge of day-to-day operations, which was apparently a sentence people could say while wearing a suit. Mrs. Vasco's shoulder healed slower than my hand. She blamed me, Patrick, the landlord, the city, capitalism, and finally herself for opening the building door to a man with plastic badge like Idiot Theater. I brought her groceries twice a week after she came home. She complained about every brand I chose. "These tomatoes are sad. They're canned tomatoes." Still sad. The landlord replaced her door, my window, the basement latch, and both exterior locks after Ellie sent him a letter drafted by a lawyer friend. He did not apologize. He did, however, stop calling the repairs cosmetic. That felt like a kind of victory. A small, ugly one. 3 weeks after the arrest, Detective Feld called me in to review something they had recovered from Patrick's encrypted cloud account after a warrant and help from a forensic team. He did not show me everything. He said he couldn't, but he told me enough. Soul preservation was not preserving souls. It was a layered extortion scheme built out of medical data theft, forged consent forms, genetic samples, scraped financial records, and personal vulnerability profiles. They targeted people who had attended low-cost clinics, debt relief seminars, grief counseling workshops, addiction recovery resource fairs, and senior wellness events. Places where people signed forms because they needed help more than they needed suspicion. The archives were packets. Some contained embarrassing but legal private information, medical histories, debt details, family contacts, old court records, recorded calls with edited context. Some included fabricated material mixed with real documents, making denial difficult and explanation exhausting. A few victims had paid quietly for months, not because they believed in the service, but because the company threatened to send continuity files to employers, ex-spouses, licensing boards, adult children. Mine had not finished uploading, at least not fully. The 6% that transmitted contained my name, address, phone number, and what Feld called header metadata. Not the full packet, not the forged form, not the clinic file, not whatever else they had prepared. Where did it transmit to? I asked. A server that was taken offline. By you, by another agency. What does that mean? It means I can't give you more. I looked at him across the interview room table. Was my mother on the designated party list? He did not answer quickly enough. Yes, he said. The room made a low mechanical hum. Ventilation. Fluorescent lights. A vending machine somewhere beyond the wall. My employer? Yes, Ellie. He looked down at his folder. Yes, I nodded because I did not trust my mouth. The major plot threads got official words. Fraud, extortion, identity theft, assault, evidence recovered, suspect in custody, ongoing investigation. Those words helped police reports and insurance claims and local news blurbs. They did not help at 3:14 a.m. when I woke to check my phone. They did not help when I saw a man in a gray knit cap at the grocery store and left my basket in the cereal aisle. They did not help when Mom called and I answered too quickly, then couldn't explain why I sounded out of breath. Spring came in pieces. Snowbanks shrank into gray piles of grit. The harbor thawed into a brighter, dirtier blue. The tailor shop below my apartment remained empty, but the landlord replaced the cracked sign frame. And for a while, the building smelled of fresh paint and cut wood instead of cabbage, dust, and fear. I went back to work. Priya did not ask for details. She adjusted deadlines, told Miles to stop sending me just checking in messages every 6 hours, and once, during a meeting about denied claims, said, "Daniel, you don't have to catch every discrepancy alone." The sentence passed without emphasis. I wrote it on a sticky note after the call, not because it was profound, because I knew I would forget. My hand healed with a pale, curved scar across the heel of the palm. The doctor said I might feel tightness in cold weather. She was right. On damp mornings, when the radiator ticks awake and the windows hum faintly with wind, my hand aches before I remember why. I still check my bank account on Thursdays, but only once. Usually, there was one last thing. A month after the arrest, an envelope arrived at the hotel where Ellie and I had stayed that first night. The hotel called because I had used my real contact information at check-in, and the manager said it had been found in their undeliverable mail stack. No postage, no return address. I told Detective Feld. He sent an officer to collect it. No one let me touch it. Later, Feld called and said it contained only a printed receipt. No threats, no device, no powder, no swab. Just a narrow strip of paper, like from a payment terminal. Merchant, sole preservation amount, $0 status, canceled time, 3:14 a.m. at the bottom in small print, continuity retained for quality assurance. Feld said it was likely generated before the arrests and delayed, or planted by someone connected to the same group, or simply another attempt to frighten me. Likely. There was that word again. I asked if they had cameras at the hotel mailroom. They did. Footage showed a woman in a black coat leaving the envelope at the front desk with a stack of tourist brochures. Her face was turned away. Average height, brown hair, no limp, no badge, no visible urgency. Not Patrick, not anyone they could identify. The police kept the receipt. I kept the phrase. Some mornings, my apartment feels almost ordinary again. Coffee clicks in the machine. Buses sigh at the curb. Mrs. Vasco pounds on her ceiling with a broom handle when my washing machine gets unbalanced. Ellie texts me articles about data privacy with no greeting, just links and anger. Life resumed, but not smoothly. More like a bone set after a bad break. Functional, weather sensitive. I paid rent this morning. Checked the statement after, because habits don't disappear just because they embarrass you. Electricity, grocery store, pharmacy, rent, no soul preservation. I closed the app, then opened it once more. Still nothing. Outside, a gull screamed over Congress Street. The radiator ticked behind me, slow and metallic. My scar tightened around the coffee mug. I put the phone face down on the table and left it there. For almost 10 whole minutes, I let something remain unchecked. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that bothered me was the number on the door. I was standing in front of room 412 with my suitcase handle warm in my palm, watching the brass plate catch the corridor light in a dull yellow smear. My keycard sleeve said 417. The app on my phone said 417. The tiny paper map the front desk clerk had circled in blue pen said 417. 4th floor, turn right at the elevators, 5 doors down. I had done all of that. Elevators, right turn, 5 doors. But the door in front of me said 412. Not impossible. Not scary, exactly. Hotels mess up their signage. Old buildings get renovated in weird patches, especially old city hotels, where stairwells appear in places they shouldn't, and hallway carpets change pattern halfway through. I told myself all that while my suitcase stood behind me on its 2 little wheels, slowly tipping to one side like it was tired of waiting. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34 male, from Columbus, Ohio. And I was in Prague for a 3-day conference I had almost talked myself out of attending. I build database tools for hospitals, which sounds more heroic than it is. Most days I sit in a home office with a mug of coffee going cold beside my keyboard, fixing broken import jobs and pretending I don't hate video calls. The conference was supposed to be a professional reset. Shake hands, say the right things, make myself visible, maybe convince my manager I could handle leading a project without freezing every time someone asked me a direct question. Instead, I was alone on a fourth-floor corridor in a hotel near Wenceslas Square, jet-lagged enough that the carpet seemed to ripple if I stared at it too long. I looked back toward the elevators. They were still there, at the far end of the hall, framed by smoky mirrors and a fake potted fig with dusty leaves. Above the elevator doors, the floor indicator showed a red 4. Completely normal. Behind me, somewhere inside the walls, water moved through old pipes with a soft clicking sound, like fingernails lightly tapping glass. "Okay," I said out loud, because hearing my own voice helped. Wrong direction. My voice came back flat from the wallpaper. I dragged my suitcase around and started back toward the elevators. The corridor smelled like floor polish, old heat, and something faintly sweet from a housekeeping cart I couldn't see. The carpet was burgundy with gold vines, the kind of pattern that hides stains by making the whole floor look stained on purpose. Every few steps, the wheels of my suitcase hit a seam underneath and gave a little double bump. At the elevators, I stopped. On the wall beside them, a small black sign read, "Rooms 401, 430, right arrow." The arrow pointed the way I had just gone. I turned slowly, like the sign might change if I caught it from another angle. "Of course," I muttered. I was tired. That was all. I had landed in Prague after a delay in Frankfurt, argued with a kiosk that insisted my passport didn't exist, and eaten a pretzel at 10 a.m. that my body thought was 4 a.m. I was running on airport coffee, and the sweaty panic of navigating a country where I knew how to say thank you and nothing else. Exhaustion makes little things feel personal. I took out my phone and opened the hotel app again. My reservation sat there in plain print. Guest Daniel Mercer room, 417 check-in, 15:00 Wi-Fi. Bohemia Grand guest, the battery was at 12%. I had noticed that at the front desk and promised myself I'd charge it the second I reached the room. Like most promises made in hotel lobbies, it already felt fragile. The elevator on the left dinged. The doors opened to reveal a woman inside, holding a stack of folded towels against her chest. She blinked at me. I blinked back. Her name was Marta Kovrova, about 58, female, Czech, one of the hotel housekeepers. She had short gray hair pinned behind one ear, a navy uniform with a name tag, and the compact, brisk posture of someone who had spent decades pushing heavy carts through narrow spaces. She appeared with a half-tired, half-amused expression, like guests standing lost by elevators were as common to her as lint in dryers. "You need help?" she asked in accented but clear English. "Maybe," I said, relieved so quickly that I almost laughed. "I'm looking for 417. The sign says this way, but I only got to 412. Marta shifted the towels to one arm and leaned out of the elevator. 417. Yeah, she frowned down the corridor, not confused so much as annoyed on my behalf. You go right. After elevators. It is there. That's what I thought. You maybe stopped too soon. I almost said I knew how to count 5 doors, but her expression stopped me. She wasn't being rude. She was being practical. Guests were tired, drunk, distracted, lost. Corridors didn't have to be mysterious when people were perfectly capable of making themselves ridiculous. Probably, I said. Long flight. She gave a small nod. Happens. The elevator began to beep at her, doors nudging toward closing. Wait, I said. Are there 2 hallways? Like a second wing. Marta held the door with her hip. 4th floor has old wing, new wing. But room 417 is this side, near linen closet. That helped. It was specific. A linen closet was real. A linen closet could be found. Thank you, I said. She nodded again and vanished behind the closing doors. I stood there with my suitcase, embarrassed now, which was better than uneasy. Embarrassment had edges. You could handle embarrassment. You could fold it up and put it away. I turned right and walked the corridor again, slower this time. Room 401. Room 403. Odd numbers on one side, even on the other. Fine. Totally fine. A wall sconce buzzed above me, the bulb flickering in a faint tremor that made the wallpaper's pale flowers appear to move. Somewhere below, maybe in the restaurant kitchen, a metal cart clattered hard enough to echo up through the building. I passed 407, then 409, then a recessed housekeeping door with a silver handle and no number. On the other side, I heard water slosh in a bucket, linen closet. Good. After the closet came 411, then 413. I smiled a little because there it was, the explanation. I had probably drifted to the wrong side of the hall. The numbers were odd where I needed them. 1 more door, 2 maybe. But after 413 came a blank stretch of wall where a door might once have been. The wallpaper was newer there, not by much, but enough that the flowers didn't line up. The baseboard had a nicked rectangle of paler wood, as though something had been removed and patched in a hurry. Then came 415. I stopped. Room 415 had a do not disturb tag hanging from the handle, white card stock with a gold tassel. Behind it, a television murmured in a language I didn't understand. A laugh track rose and fell, tinny and remote. I exhaled. The next door would be 417. I walked to it. The brass plate said 414. For a second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Not fear, just a blank little stall in the mind, like a video buffering. I looked back. 415 behind me. Then forward. Across the hall should have been 416, maybe, or 417, if the layout was strange. Instead, the next door down showed 413 in small brass numbers. I rubbed my eyes with my thumb and forefinger until I saw purple spots. Jet lag, bad lighting, old hotel logic. That was all. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from Claire. You alive? Did you find the hotel? Claire Donovan, 33, female, Irish-American from Boston, was my coworker. And for this trip, the closest thing I had to a friend in the same time zone. She was already in Prague because she had flown in a day early to defeat Europe with hydration, as she put it. Claire was a project manager with a laugh that made people turn around in restaurants. The kind of person who could turn a delayed flight into 3 new acquaintances and a discount voucher. She also had the dangerous gift of noticing when I was pretending to be fine. I typed with my thumb, checked in, slightly lost on my floor like an idiot. The message hung for a moment, then failed to send. No service. That annoyed me more than the numbering. I switched from mobile data to Wi-Fi. The hotel network appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Bohemia Grand Guest, Bohemia Grand Conference, BG staff. Only HP LaserJet 4F under those was one with no lock symbol. 4TH floor temp, I stared at it. Probably a contractor router. Probably nothing. I tapped Bohemia Grand Guest. A login page opened halfway, showing the hotel logo, and then a blank white screen. My battery dropped to 9%. Great, I said. A door opened behind me. I turned too quickly and knocked my suitcase over with my shin. The plastic shell hit the carpet with a muffled thud. A man stood in the doorway of 415, one hand still on the knob. He had damp hair, bare feet, and a white undershirt stretched over a soft stomach. His face was flushed, maybe from a shower, maybe from sleep. His name was Henrik Voss, 46, male, German, a sales representative from Hamburg, attending a pharmaceutical suppliers expo in the same hotel. Had the guarded, irritated look of a traveler who had finally managed to undress after a long day, and now had a stranger making noise outside his room. A pair of wire frame glasses sat crooked on his nose. "You are okay?" he asked. "Sorry," I said quickly. "I'm sorry, I dropped my bag." He looked at the suitcase, then at me, then passed me down the corridor. "You look for room 417. Henrik's irritation softened into something like recognition. "Ah, this floor is stupid." That made me laugh once, sharply. "So it's not just me?" "No, numbers are." He made a vague chopping gesture with his hand. "Renovation. My room should be 419 on email. They give me 415. I ask downstairs. They say system error." "System error? Yes." He leaned slightly into the hallway, lowering his voice, though no one else was around. "In this hotel, everything is system error." He said it dryly, not dramatically. The kind of complaint business travelers collect like stamps. I lifted my suitcase upright. "So 417 might not exist." "It exists." He pointed past me. "I saw it yesterday. Other side, maybe before the corner." "There's a corner," Henrik squinted. "You did not see corner?" "No." He stepped farther out, now interested despite himself. The television behind him kept talking, a woman's bright voice filling the room. "Walk with me." "You don't have to, I need ice," he said, though he wasn't carrying an ice bucket. He pulled his door closed, tested the handle, then padded down the corridor beside me. I noticed the corridor seemed longer with him in it, less like a private mistake, more like a place that could be measured and argued with. We passed 414, then 413, then 412. Henrik stopped. "This is wrong," he said. The simple confidence in his voice made my stomach tighten. "You said it was before the corner." "Yes, there's corner here." He pointed at the wall beyond 412, but there was no corner, just more hallway. A straight run of burgundy carpet, brass room numbers, and soft yellow sconces. Henrik walked ahead 3 steps, then stopped again. No, yesterday there is turn. Maybe farther down. He glanced back at me. I am not drunk. I didn't say you were. I had 1 beer. I believe you. He didn't smile. We continued. 411, 410, 409. The numbers were counting down, not arranged oddly, not skipping because of renovation, counting down in both directions somehow after we had passed the point where they should have risen. Henrik saw me looking and made a small noise in his throat. "This is service side," he asked, but he sounded like he was asking himself. A housekeeping cart appeared ahead of us. It stood parked crosswise against the wall, 1 wheel turned inward, shelves loaded with small shampoo bottles, folded bath mats, and clear plastic bags of laundry. Nobody was near it. One of the cart's trash bags hung open, giving off the sour smell of coffee grounds and wet paper towels. On the top shelf, a walkie-talkie crackled once and went quiet. I recognized the towels, or thought I did. Maybe all hotel towels looked the same. "Marta," I called. My voice traveled ahead and flattened. No answer. Henrik moved to the cart and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Hello." It hissed back at him. He pressed a button on the side. "Hello, housekeeping." A burst of Czech came through, clipped and distorted, then vanished under static. Henrik held the radio away from his ear. "Does that mean they heard you?" I asked. "I don't know." The lights flickered. Not off. Just a dip, a small brown sag in the corridor. The sconces dimmed, the brass numbers dulled, and for half a second the hotel seemed to inhale around us. Then the lights steadied. From somewhere far behind us, the elevator dinged. Henrik and I both turned. The far end of the hall looked the same as before, except I couldn't see the elevator alcove anymore. Maybe the corridor bent subtly. Maybe the cart blocked the view. Maybe the lighting made distance unreliable. There were explanations lined up like chairs in a waiting room, and none of them wanted to sit down. My phone buzzed again. Claire's message finally came through. "Want me to come up? I'm in the bar with Nina. You sound like a man about to sleep in a stairwell." A second message followed. "Room." I tried to answer. 417. "Maybe, hold on." Failed. Battery 6%. "Do you have signal?" I asked Henrik. He pulled his phone from the waistband of his lounge pants, tapped the screen, frowned. "No Wi-Fi, no mobile." "That normal? In old hotel?" "Yes." "In corridor?" He looked at the ceiling, at the vents, at the small dome of a security camera tucked near a smoke detector. Maybe. The camera had a red light on it, steady, watching the hall. That should have reassured me. Cameras meant records. Records meant a desk clerk could check where we were and laugh at us later. I almost wanted that. I wanted to be 2 tired men in a badly signed corridor who would become a funny conference story over breakfast. Henrik pressed the walkie button again. "Hello. We are on 4th floor near rooms 409, 410. We need direction." Static. Then Marta's voice, faint but recognizable. "Not go." Henrik and I looked at each other. He pressed the button hard. "Repeat." The radio clicked. A different voice cut in, male, fast, annoyed. "Housekeeping channel. Who is this?" Henrik opened his mouth, but before he answered, a door latch clicked behind us. We both turned. Room 409 opened a crack. A woman peered out through the gap, chain still on. She had dark hair tucked under a green silk scarf and one tired eye visible above the door edge. Her name was Elise Morrow, 29, female, French, a museum lighting designer from Lyon in Prague, to consult on an exhibition installation. She spoke softly, with precise English, and had the pale, pinched face of someone interrupted after trying very hard to fall asleep. Her room smelled faintly of lavender spray and instant noodles. "Please," she said, "are you staff?" "No," I said. "Sorry, we're trying to find the elevators." Her eye moved from me to Henrik to the housekeeping cart. The chain rattled softly. "You too?" she asked. Henrik stiffened. "What means two?" Elise hesitated, then closed the door enough to remove the chain. When she opened it wider, she was wearing black leggings, a loose gray sweater, and one sock. She held a metal travel mug like a weapon she had chosen quickly and without much confidence. "I went for ice," she said. 20 minutes ago, I came back, and my room was not where I left it." I glanced at the number on her door. "You're in 409. "No," her mouth tightened. "I am in 427. Henrik swore in German under his breath. Elise looked embarrassed the instant she said it, as if she knew how it sounded. I know. I thought I was tired. I thought maybe another floor. But the elevator, where is it?" Henrik asked. She pointed past the housekeeping cart. "That way, or it was." I felt my pulse in the side of my neck. A service door stood beside the cart, painted the same cream color as the wall. I hadn't noticed it until then. It had no number, only a small sign showing stairs and a tiny running figure. "Emergency exit." Real, practical, boring, a way out. I moved toward it before anyone discussed anything. The handle was cool under my palm. I pushed, locked. I pushed harder. Nothing. "Emergency doors do not lock from inside," Henrik said. "This one does." "That is illegal." "Still locked." Elise came up beside me and looked at the sign. "Maybe alarmed." "There's no alarm bar," I said, "just a handle." A keyhole. A scraped metal plate where many hands had missed in a hurry. Behind us, the walkie-talkie on the cart crackled again. This time, the male voice was clearer. "Fourth floor guests, stay where you are. Security is coming." Relief hit first, big and loose. Then the rest of the sentence settled into me. "Fourth floor guests," I said quietly. Henrik looked at the radio. Elise's fingers tightened around her mug. The voice had not asked where we were. From far down the corridor, past the cart, past the descending numbers and the dim sconces, something heavy rolled over a seam in the carpet. Bump, bump. A pause, bump, bump, like suitcase wheels or a cart, or someone moving slowly because they wanted us to hear them coming. Henrik reached for the radio. "Security from which side?" the radio hissed. No answer. The emergency door stayed, locked beneath my hand. At the far end of the hallway, the next brass plate caught the light. Then beyond it, 407, counting down. Elise whispered, "We should not wait here." Henrik shook his head. "Security said stay." "Maybe security," she said. "Maybe not." I looked at my phone. 4%. One failed message to Claire sat gray on the screen, unsent and useless. The corridor gave another soft bump bump. Closer this time. We had two choices that both felt wrong. Stay by the cart and trust the voice on the radio, or move deeper into the numbered corridor to find another exit before my phone died, and before whatever was rolling toward us turned the corner we couldn't see. I put my thumb on my dead keycard sleeve, feeling the raised edge of the room number printed there. A room we still hadn't found. "Okay," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. "We decide now." And none of us moved for one full second, because the hotel around us still looked ordinary enough that making the first choice felt like admitting the ordinary part was over. We chose the voice on the radio, not because we trusted it. Not really. We chose it because standing still felt less stupid than walking toward a sound none of us could explain. That is how fear gets dressed up as good judgment. You call it patience. You call it caution. Security is coming. And try not to notice that your hand is still on a locked emergency door that should never be locked. Henrik kept the walkie-talkie in his hand, thumb hovering over the button. Elise stood close to the housekeeping cart with her travel mug clutched at chest height. I stayed beside the stair door, my suitcase upright against my knee, because some childish part of me believed that if I kept touching the exit, it would have to become an exit eventually. The corridor smelled stronger now. Wet towels, old coffee, a sharp chemical lemon from tiny bottles of floor cleaner stacked on the cart. Underneath, that was something metallic, not blood exactly, not anything that dramatic, more like hot dust from an overloaded heater. "Security is coming from where?" Elise asked. Her voice was low, but it traveled anyway. The hall had that hotel softness where every sound died too quickly, except the sounds you didn't want to hear. Henrik pressed the radio button. "Hello. We are waiting by the housekeeping cart near room 408. Which direction are you coming from?" Static answered. Then the male voice again, distorted by distance or bad equipment. "Stay in place. Do not use the service stair." I looked at my hand on the door handle. "How would he know?" Elise said. Henrik turned his head slowly toward the camera tucked near the smoke detector. Camera. The red light stayed steady. That should have made sense. It did make sense. Hotels had security cameras. Security could see us. Security could tell we were near the stair door. Security could warn us not to use it because maybe construction was happening behind it. Or maybe the alarm system was down. Or maybe the stairs didn't connect properly after the renovation Marta mentioned. But my phone buzzed again. One bar appeared, then vanished. Claire's earlier message sat at the bottom of the thread. Above it, my unsent reply still failed in gray. Battery 3%. I typed fast, making mistakes and not correcting them. 4th floor, something wrong with corridor. With Henrik and Elise. Tell desk. Find security. I hit send. The little wheel spun. Spun. Failed. "Come on," I whispered. "Who are you messaging?" Elise asked. "My coworker, Claire. She's downstairs. Call her." "I have no signal." "Try emergency," Henrik said. I stared at him. He shrugged tightly. "If we are locked on floor, emergency." It sounded ridiculous until he said it. Then it sounded obvious. Locked exit. Disoriented guests. Possible staff confusion. A radio voice that knew where we were but would not answer a basic question. Maybe not life or death, not yet, was a hotel. There were rules for this kind of thing, procedures, people trained to respond. I dialed 112 because we were in Europe, and I had looked it up before the trip in one of my anxious little late-night spirals. The call screen opened, ringing. For one wild second, relief loosened my shoulders. Then the call dropped. No service. My phone went black. "No," I said, too loud. "No, no, no." I pressed the power button. The empty battery icon appeared, a thin red sliver at the bottom, then disappeared. Elise watched my face. Dead, dead. The shame of it hit me harder than it should have. I had known it was low. I had stood at the front desk with charging stations 10 feet away and thought, room first, charger later. That was my pattern. Delay the small practical thing because admitting urgency made me feel weak, then act surprised when the practical thing turned into a problem. I could see Claire's face if she had been there. Not judgmental, just that look she got when I made things harder by trying not to need help. Henrik lifted the radio again. "Our phone is dead. We need staff now." The walkie clicked. A woman's voice, not Marta's, spoke fast in Czech. Henrik frowned. "English," he said. "Please. English." Another click. "Fourth floor, listen carefully." It was the male voice again. He sounded closer this time, or clearer, which somehow made him less comforting. "There is a maintenance issue. Please remain where you are. Do not proceed down the corridor. Do not open guest room doors. Security will escort you." "What maintenance issue?" Henrik asked. No reply. Elise said, "Ask his name." Henrik pressed the button. "What is your name?" Static. He tried again. "Your name, please." Nothing. The heavy rolling sound came again. Bump, bump. Closer. Henrik lowered the radio. We all looked past the cart. The corridor ahead seemed to slope very slightly, though I knew it didn't. The patterned carpet and repeating door frames tricked the eye, pulling everything into a narrowing tunnel of brass numbers and yellow light. A housekeeping cart rolled into view, not moving by itself, pushed. The man behind it wore a dark hotel jacket, but not the polished kind from the lobby. This one was loose at the shoulders and zipped halfway over a gray shirt. He was maybe in his 30s, white, with close-cropped hair and a pale, narrow face. A black radio clipped to his belt. His shoes made no sound on the carpet. Only the cart wheels did, catching on the seams. Bump, 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 bump. He stopped about 15 yards away. Nobody spoke. "Security," Henrik called. The man smiled, but it was a working smile, quick and shallow. "Yes, good evening. You are the guests from the radio." His English had an accent I couldn't place. Eastern European maybe, but that meant nothing in Prague. Half the hotel staff could have been from anywhere. He stepped around the cart. Elise moved half a step behind Henrik. The man noticed. "Please do not worry," he said. "We have small issue with fire door sensors. We need you to come this way." "This way where?" Henrik asked. "To service elevator." "Why not main elevator?" The man's smile stayed on. Main elevator locked during reset. I looked back the way we had come, toward where the elevators should have been. From here, the hall extended behind us in a straight line. Room numbers 409, 410, 411, then farther shapes I couldn't read. No alcove, no red floor indicator, no fake fig tree. My mouth went dry again. "What is your name?" Elise asked. The man turned his smile to her. Pavel. Pavel, mid-30s, male, Czech or possibly Slovak, was dressed like hotel security or maintenance, though nothing on him showed a visible name tag. He had the careful, almost rehearsed calm of someone used to being obeyed in inconvenient situations. He kept his right hand close to his jacket pocket, and his eyes moved often, our faces, the radio in Henrik's hand, the locked stair door, the camera, my suitcase. Henrik said, "Show ID." Pavel's smile faltered. "Excuse me." Identification. "Badge, sir, this is hotel. You want badge?" "Yes." Pavel gave a small laugh. "You are nervous, understandable, but we need to move. Sensor problem may trigger fire shutters." That phrase changed the air. Fire shutters. I looked at the ceiling. The corridor had recessed metal tracks I hadn't noticed before, thin gray lines crossing at intervals. Old building, renovated systems. Fire doors could drop. Smoke partitions could seal. Maybe that was real. Maybe that was the maintenance issue. Maybe the whole weird room number mess was because we had wandered into some service bypass during a fire system reset. Elise had seen the tracks too. Can fire shutters close on people? Not if people follow instructions, Pavel said. Henrik's jaw tightened. "Show ID." Pavel looked at him for a long second. Then he reached into his jacket. Elise sucked in a breath. Pavel pulled out a plastic card on a lanyard. He held it up, but not close enough for us to read clearly. I caught the hotel logo, maybe. A blurry photo. A name that might have started with P. Good, Pavel asked. "No," Henrik said. "Come closer." Pavel's expression changed by less than an inch. The smile thinned. "Sir," he said, "we do not have time." The lights dipped again. This time they stayed low for 2 full seconds. The sconces hummed like insects trapped in glass. Somewhere behind the walls, something mechanical thudded and began to vibrate. A fan, maybe. A motor. Air moved along the corridor, warm and dusty, carrying the smell of burnt hair from an overworked electrical fixture. The radio in Henrik's hand crackled. Marta's voice burst through, clearer than before. "Do not go with," static swallowed the rest. Pavel's eyes snapped to the radio. Henrik raised it. "Marta, repeat." Pavel took 2 quick steps forward. "Give me radio." Henrik backed up. That was the first unmistakable wrong thing. Not the numbers, not the locked door, not even the strange instruction from the radio. It was the speed of Pavel's movement, the way his face emptied of hotel politeness and became focused, physical, immediate. "Give me radio," he said again. "No," Henrik said. The corridor seemed to narrow around us. Elise whispered, "Daniel." I didn't know what she wanted me to do. My own body had gone stupid. I was the man who fixed databases, who rehearsed restaurant orders before saying them, who hated confrontation so much I once paid for a gym membership 6 months after I stopped going, because canceling required a phone call. I could feel that old defect opening in me, the urge to let a more forceful person decide. Let Pavel take the radio. Let Henrik argue. Let someone else be wrong. Then Pavel looked at my suitcase. "You," he said. "You are room 417. I hated how quickly I answered. "Yes." "You left passport at desk," he said. For a moment, the world righted itself. "My passport." "Yes." We try to call room, no answer. "Come, I bring you also." It was clever. Not genius, but clever enough, because he had hit the one thing that could cut through my fear. Passport. In a foreign country. Conference badge, return flight, identity. All of it reduced to a small blue book I had checked for every 20 minutes since leaving Ohio. I touched my back pocket. Empty, obviously. I never kept it there. My backpack. I had taken it off at check-in. I remembered sliding the passport across the marble desk. I remembered the young clerk scanning it. Had he given it back? I saw his hand return a key sleeve, a map, maybe the passport underneath. I had stuffed papers together while Claire texted me a picture of a beer. I started. Elise said sharply, "No." Pavel looked at her. "He would not know that," she said. "Front desk tells me." "How did front desk tell you if radios barely work?" Pavel's face hardened. Henrik pressed the walkie button. "Marta, if you hear, say the name of security man." Static. Pavel lunged. Henrik was taller, but Pavel was ready. He grabbed Henrik's wrist and twisted hard. The radio cracked against the cart. Henrik shouted, a raw sound of pain more than fear. Elise swung her travel mug. It hit Pavel's shoulder with a dull metal knock, splashing old tea across his jacket. Pavel shoved her, not dramatically, not like in movies, just one hard, efficient push with both hands. Elise stumbled backward into the housekeeping cart. Plastic shampoo bottles rattled down like dice. Her hips struck the corner, and she folded sideways, breath punched out of her. I moved then. Late. Too late maybe. But I moved. I grabbed my suitcase by the handle and yanked it between Pavel and Henrik. Pavel's shin hit the hard plastic shell. He swore and staggered. Henrik pulled free, clutching his wrist. The walkie-talkie lay on the carpet near my shoe. I bent for it. Pavel did too. For half a second our hands were inches apart. I saw the details of him then. A shallow cut near his eyebrow, sweat gathered in the crease above his lip, pupils wide, breath smelling faintly of cigarettes and peppermint gum. I got the radio first. Pavel got my sleeve. Fabric tore at the shoulder. I jerked back and slammed into the locked stair door. Pain flashed through my spine. Henrik hit Pavel from the side. They both crashed into the cart. Towels spilled. The cart rolled backward and struck the wall hard enough to leave a black rubber mark. Pavel stayed on his feet. Henrik didn't. He went down on one knee, face gray, one arm held tight against his chest. "Run," Elise gasped. "Where?" I said. She pointed past Pavel, deeper into the corridor, toward 407, 406, 405. Pavel stood between us and the way we had come. The locked stair door was behind me. The service door didn't budge. My phone was dead. Henrik's wrist might have been broken. Elise was doubled over, one hand on her ribs, and somewhere overhead, the mechanical vibration grew louder. A bell sounded once, not a fire alarm, lower, a single warning tone from inside the ceiling. Pavel heard it too, his head tilted up. Then he looked past us toward the emergency door and smiled without any warmth at all. "You waited too long," he said. A metal shutter slammed down somewhere behind the wall. The sound was enormous in the corridor. A guillotine noise. Steel on steel. It came from the direction where the elevator should have been, followed by a second crash farther away, then a third. The floor trembled under my shoes. Elise screamed once, short and furious. The lights flickered from yellow to red emergency glow. A recorded voice began speaking from ceiling speakers, first in Czech, then in English. Attention. Fire safety compartmentalization in progress. Please proceed to the nearest marked exit. The nearest marked exit was the locked door at my back. The handle still would not move. Henrik pushed himself up, breathing through his teeth. Break it. With what? I said. He looked at the housekeeping cart. Pavel moved again. This time, I did not wait for someone else to decide. I threw the radio at his face. It hit his cheekbone with a plastic crack. Not enough to stop him, but enough to make him flinch. Elise grabbed a fallen bottle of shampoo and hurled it at him, then another. Henrik kicked the cart sideways with his good leg. It rolled into Pavel's path, wobbling badly, and he had to shove it away. Go, Henrik said. We ran deeper. My suitcase stayed behind. So did the dead phone inside my jacket pocket, useless weight against my ribs. My shoulder burned where Pavel had torn my sleeve. Elise limped, but kept moving. Henrik's right hand hung wrong, fingers curled and trembling. The numbers passed in reverse. The red emergency lights made the brass plates look wet. Behind us, Pavel shouted something into his own radio. Not English, not meant for us. Then came the rolling cart sound again. Bump, bump, faster now. At 404, the corridor finally turned. Henrik almost cried out when he saw it. There was the corner. But the corner was not relief. It opened onto a narrower service passage with lower ceilings and bare cream walls. The carpet ended at a metal threshold. Beyond it, the floor was gray linoleum streaked with mop water. Pipes ran exposed along one wall, sweating in the warm air. A fluorescent tube buzzed overhead. A sign pointed left. SDARS/service elevator below it. Someone had taped a printed notice in Czech and English. Temporary access staff. Only door LOCKS automatically during fire reset. Elise read it out loud, breathless. Fire reset, she said. He knew. Henrik leaned against the wall, sweating hard. This is procedure failure. Hotel does reset with guests inside. Or someone used it, I said. Neither of them answered. From behind us, Pavel's cart struck the corner with a crash. We ran left. The passage ended after maybe 30 feet at two doors. One had a stair symbol. The other was marked service lift, authorized key required. Above both doors, a digital panel flashed amber. System reset. 0458, then 0457. A countdown. Elise saw it and made a small, strained sound. What happens at 0? Henrik grabbed the stair door handle with his good hand and pulled. Locked. I tried the service lift button. Nothing. Pavel's footsteps entered the passage behind us. Slower now. He knew we had nowhere to go. The panel ticked down. 0451. We had less than 5 minutes before some part of the hotel's fire safety system finished sealing, unlocking, resetting, or trapping us in whatever procedural mess had been built into this 4th floor renovation. I didn't know which. That was the worst part. The danger had a timer, but not a shape. Elise looked at the service lift, then at Henrik's swollen wrist, then at me. Daniel, she said, your key card. I fumbled for the sleeve with shaking hands. The card was still there. Room 417. Plastic, thin, ordinary, maybe useless, maybe not. Pavel stepped into view at the far end of the passage, one hand pressed to his cheek where the radio had hit him. In his other hand, he held something small and black, not a gun, a key fob. He lifted it. The service lift panel beeped. Behind us, the lift mechanism woke with a low grinding hum. Pavel smiled. The countdown showed 04:33, and the doors began to open. The service lift opened with a scrape that went straight into my teeth. Not a clean hotel elevator sound. Not the soft parting of polished doors. These doors fought the frame, shuttering apart in two narrow panels, while the mechanism above us chewed through old grease. The amber countdown over the stair door kept dropping. 04:21. 04:20. Pavel stood at the far end of the service passage, 30 feet away, his key fob still raised, his cheek swelling where the radio had hit him. Behind him was the turn back into the numbered guest corridor, 404, 405, 406, all the way toward the locked exit and the shuttered route to the elevators. In front of us were two choices: the locked stair door on the right, the service lift on the left, now opening because Pavel had made it open. That was the map. Simple, terrible. Inside, Henrik said. No, Elise snapped. He opened it. We cannot go back. Pavel took one step toward us, not running. He didn't have to. His expression said he knew the building better than we did, knew the timing, knew what a person would do when trapped between a locked door and a man with access. I slapped Daniel Mercer's stupid little keycard against the reader beside the stair door. Red light. I tried again. Red. The card sleeve slipped in my sweaty fingers. Room 417. The number stared up at me like a joke. Daniel, Elise said. Move. Pavel was halfway down the passage now. Henrik grabbed the service lift door with his good hand and wedged his shoe into the gap. We take it down. To where? Elise asked. Down is better than here. I looked into the lift. It was smaller than a guest elevator, with metal walls scuffed by carts and laundry bins. A folded moving blanket lay in one corner. The buttons inside were labeled B0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and S basement. Lobby maybe. Service level. Real places. Useful places. The countdown showed 03:58. Pavel said, do not enter that lift. His tone was different now. Less false calm, more command. That made the decision for us. We shoved inside. Henrik went first, then Elise, then me. The lift smelled of rubber wheels, detergent, and old onions from room service trays. I hit 0. Elise hit B at the same time. Lobby, I said. Basement might have exit, she said. The doors began to close. Pavel ran. He got one hand between the panels and forced them apart with a grunt. Henrik kicked at his fingers. Pavel jerked back, swearing, but not before he threw something into the lift. It hit the floor and skittered against my shoe. A black plastic doorstop. The doors bounced open again. No, Elise said, and dropped to grab it. Pavel lunged with his arm through the gap, reaching for her hair, her sweater, anything. I stepped on the doorstop first, hard, trapping it under my heel. Elise yanked it free and flung it into the corner. Henrik hit the closed door button with the heel of his palm again and again. The lift complained. Pavel wedged his shoulder in. For 1 second, we were close enough to smell him. Cigarettes, peppermint, sweat gone sour under a jacket that did not quite fit. Then Henrik drove his injured arm into Pavel's face. He screamed as he did it. Pavel screamed too. The doors slammed shut between them. The lift dropped, not smoothly. It lurched hard enough that Elise fell into me, and I cracked my shoulder against the wall. Henrik bent over his wrist, making a sound he was trying to swallow. The old motor whined overhead. The floor indicator blinked from 4 to 3. "Are you okay?" I asked Henrik. "No," he said through his teeth. "Obviously no. Let me see. No." Elise was pressed against the opposite wall, breathing in short, shallow pulls. Her scarf had slipped loose, and one side of her face was bright with panic sweat. He was not trying to help us. "No," I said. "Then who is he?" The lift slowed. The floor indicator flickered, 3. Then it jumped back to 4. The lift stopped. All 3 of us looked at the panel. "No," Henrik said. The doors opened. We were not in the passage where we had started. Not exactly. The lift opened onto another service corridor at right angles to the first. Same gray linoleum. Same exposed pipes. But this one had a stack of banquet chairs against the left wall and a linen cage on the right, locked with a chain. A sign above us read, "Level 4 South Service" behind us. Inside the lift, the buttons went dark. Attempt 1 had gotten us away from Pavel by maybe 40 feet and returned us to the same floor. Partial success. New fact. The service lift was under some reset override, or Pavel had called it back, or the hotel's controls were rerouting everything on the 4th floor. Either way, it had not taken us down. Elise stepped out first because the lift felt suddenly like a trap waiting to close its mouth. "South Service," she said, "so there are multiple service corridors." Henrik leaned against the door frame. "Good. We find another stair." The geography took shape as we moved. The first service passage, behind us somewhere to the north, connected to the guest corridor near room 404. This new south service corridor ran parallel to another stretch of rooms. On our right, linen cage, pipes, a narrow staff toilet with its door propped open. On our left, banquet chairs, a rolling rack of black tablecloths, then a bend. Straight ahead, the corridor ended at a heavy gray door with a small wired glass window. A printed sign on that door read, "Guest Corridor 431-460. My stomach tightened. "We need lower numbers," Elise said. "We need any numbers that lead to elevators," I said. Henrik gave a humorless laugh. "Numbers are not trustworthy." No one argued. We moved toward the gray door. My shoulder throbbed where Pavel had grabbed me, and my throat tasted like metal from breathing too fast. Behind us, the service lift doors closed by themselves. The sound made all 3 of us flinch. At the gray door, Henrik peered through the glass. Clear. He pushed it open. A rush of cooler air met us. Guest corridor again. Different carpet this time, blue with beige squares, newer than the burgundy hall. Better lighting. More modern sconces. We emerged near room 442. For a moment, it was almost funny. We had wanted 417. Now we were in the 440s. "I can knock," Elise said. "Ask someone to call the front desk." That was our second attempt. Use a normal guest. Use the normal world. A person with a charged phone, a room landline, a door chain. A way to make this someone else's problem. We chose 442 because light showed under the door. Elise knocked, gentle at first. Nothing. She knocked harder. Hello, sorry, we need help. A television murmured inside, then footsteps. A man's voice called, yes. Please call reception, Elise said. We are trapped in service corridor. There's a man following us. We need security, real security. The door did not open. The voice said, what? I stepped closer. Please, call the front desk. Tell them there are 3 guests on 4th floor near room 442. We need police or hotel manager. A pause. Then the door cracked open with the chain on. A young man peered out, early 20s, male, American by his accent, wearing a Prague souvenir t-shirt and the wary expression of someone deciding whether this was a scam. His name was Owen Briggs, 22, from Seattle, a backpacker sharing the room with friends who were apparently out drinking. He had a charging cable in one hand and a phone in the other. What's going on? He asked. We need you to call reception, I said. Why don't you call? My phone died. My signal's bad too, he said, but the room phone works. Behind us, far down the blue corridor, a door opened and shut. Not near, not yet. Owen looked past us. Is this like a prank? No, Elise said too sharply. Call. He flinched at her tone. Please, she added, softer, ashamed of the snap. Owen closed the door, chain rattling. For 3 seconds, I thought he was leaving us there. Then we heard him talking inside. Hi, front desk. Yeah, I have people outside my room saying they're stuck or something. 4th floor, room 442. He went quiet. The corridor's air conditioning hummed overhead. Henrik slid down the wall until he was half sitting, half standing, his injured wrist cradled against his stomach. It had begun to swell visibly now, the skin tight and shiny under his watchband. Owen spoke again inside the room. No, I don't know them. One guy, one woman, one other guy. They said someone's following them. A longer pause. Then his tone changed. What? No, I didn't let them in. Elise and I exchanged a look. Owen opened the door a crack again, chain still in place. They say stay where you are. Security is already handling it. Who did you speak to? I asked. Front desk. Man or woman? I don't know, man. Henrik pushed himself up. Ask his name. Owen frowned. Why? Ask. Owen sighed, disappeared again, and spoke into the phone. Sorry, what's your name? Pause. He looked back at us through the crack. He hung up. Then, from inside Owen's room, a second sound started. The fire alarm, not the full building siren from the corridor speakers. A shrill, private electronic chirping from the room's smoke detector. Owen looked up. What the hell? Smoke curled under the top edge of his door. Elise said, open it. Owen's face changed from suspicion to real fear. He fumbled with the chain. When he opened the door wider, gray smoke rolled over his shoulder. For one terrifying second, I thought the room was on fire. Then we saw the cause. A towel had been shoved over the bathroom light fixture and was smoldering, not flaming, but enough to fill the room with smoke. The bathroom door stood open. A chair had been dragged beneath the detector. Owen coughed, grabbed the towel with another towel, and threw it into the sink. Did you do that? Elise demanded. No, Owen shouted. I was right here. I was on the phone. Misdirection. It felt like some unseen thing had reached into the room while we stood outside. But then I noticed the connecting door. On the far wall of Owen's room, partly hidden behind a suitcase, a second door stood open 3 inches. A connecting room. Someone had entered from the room next door, shoved the towel over the light, and slipped back out. Human, fast, planned, more frightening because it was possible. Get out, Henrik said to Owen. Now. Owen grabbed his phone and passport pouch from the bed. Smoke made him cough hard enough to bend over. Elise pulled him into the corridor by the shirt. Inside the room, the landline rang. Once, twice. Nobody moved. Owen stared at it. Should I answer? No, I said. The ringing stopped. Then the corridor speakers clicked on. Attention, the recorded voice said. Fire safety compartmentalization in progress. Please proceed to the nearest marked exit. The blue corridor lights shifted red. At the far end, a steel shutter began to descend. Slow at first, then faster. Owen said, What is happening? Which way to elevators? I asked him. He pointed toward the descending shutter. That way, of course. We ran the other way. Attempt 2 had worked enough to get a phone call placed and reveal that someone was answering the front desk line with instructions that benefited Pavel or whoever was controlling this. It also revealed the connecting rooms could be used to move unseen. But now we had an extra person, smoke behind us, and another fire shutter sealing the normal route. The blue corridor ran east-west. Behind us, west, the shutter dropped toward the elevators in Owen's smoking room. Ahead, east, the numbers increased. 444, 446, 448. At the far end was a green exit sign pointing right. We followed it. Owen stumbled beside me, barefoot, phone clutched in his hand. I have 1 bar. I have 1 bar. Call police, Elise said. I am, he dialed. The call spun. Connected. Emergency, a woman's voice said faintly. Owen almost sobbed. Hello. We're at Bohemia Grand Hotel, 4th floor. There's, the call crackled. Hello, location. Bohemia Grand, Prague, 4th floor. A metallic crash behind us cut him off. The shutter hit the floor, sealing the corridor west. Owen's phone lost signal. The screen returned to keypad. No, he said. No, it connected. It got enough, I said, though I didn't know if that was true. They heard the hotel name. Did they? I didn't answer. We turned right under the exit sign and entered another guest corridor, this one narrow and older again. The carpet returned to burgundy. The numbers changed, counting down. Henrik stopped so abruptly Elise bumped into him. What? She said. He pointed. At the far end of this corridor, maybe 20 yards away, stood Marta. For one heartbeat, relief almost knocked me loose at the knees. She was beside a housekeeping closet, one hand braced on the frame, her navy uniform rumpled. Her gray hair had come partly undone. She was looking directly at us. Marta, I shouted. She lifted one finger to her lips. Then she pointed left. A door beside her stood open. Not a guest room, a staff pantry maybe. She beckoned once, quick and urgent. We moved toward her. Halfway there, Henrik whispered, Stop. But Elise had already stopped. Marta wasn't looking at us anymore. She was looking past us. I turned. At the corner corner behind us, Pavel appeared, not rushing, breathing hard, face bruised. He had lost the hotel jacket somewhere underneath. His gray shirt was dark with sweat. In his hand now was not a key fob. It was a utility knife, small, retractable, the kind used to cut packing tape and carpet squares. Owen made a strangled sound. Marta shouted something in Czech and waved us harder toward the open staff pantry. We ran. Pavel ran too. The pantry door opened into a small rectangular room with metal shelves on both sides and no windows. Bottled water, toilet paper, vacuum bags, spare bulbs, a mop sink at the back. Marta shoved Elise in first, then Owen, then Henrik. I was last. Pavel caught up as I reached the doorway. Marta stepped between us. She slapped him, not hard enough to drop him, hard enough to shock him. Pavel Dust, she yelled. So his name was Pavel, not invented then, or at least known to her. He shouted back at her, face twisted with anger and something like panic. I caught none of the check except my own room number when he said it. 417. Marta grabbed my arm and pulled me into the pantry. Pavel shoved the door. Marta shoved it closed. There was no lock. Henrik threw his shoulder against it, then screamed because he used the wrong arm. I joined him. Elise jammed the mop handle under the door pull. Owen, shaking badly, pushed a shelf until boxes of soap shifted and toppled. Pavel hit the door once, then again. The mop handle bent. Marta turned to me, breathing hard. Why you come here? You told us. No, why you on this floor? My room is 417. Her expression changed. Not fear exactly, recognition. A weary, horrified recognition. There is no guest in 417 tonight, she said. I pulled out the key sleeve with shaking hands. They gave me this. Marta snatched it, read it, and curse it softly. Behind us, Pavel hit the door again. The metal shelves rattled. A box of tiny soap bars fell and burst open across the floor. Marta looked at Henrik's wrist, Elise's ribs, Owen's smoke-reddened eyes, then back at me. Listen, she said. The 4th floor old wing has maintenance void. Long corridor behind rooms. During renovation, contractor make temporary doors, temporary numbers, bad access control. Fire reset should close old wings so no guests enter. Tonight front desk system assign wrong rooms. I report, they say wait. Pavel is staff, Elise asked. Was, Marta swallowed. Night maintenance. Fired last month. Owen whispered. Why is he here? Marta looked at the door as Pavel slammed into it again. Because old Master Fob still works in service zones. That tightened everything around us. Fired maintenance worker with access. A broken room assignment system. A fire reset ceiling corridors. Locked emergency doors. Not ghosts. Not impossible hallways. A building with bad renovation logic, bad procedures, and one angry man who knew how to use both. Police, I asked. I call, Marta said. Front desk line compromised. Pavel Root calls through office phone when reset starts. I go to find you. Why us? Henrik asked. Marta hesitated. Another hit. The mop handle cracked. Marta's eyes went to my key sleeve. Because 417 is not room, she said. It is access door. The pantry went very still except for our breathing. What access? I asked. Before she could answer, Pavel stopped hitting the door. Silence landed wrong. Then a scraping sound came from the ceiling. Owen looked up first. A square access panel above the back shelf shifted. Elise whispered, "No." A hand appeared at the edge of the panel, not Pavel's, smaller, gloved. Marta grabbed a broom and swung upward, knocking the hand away. A man cursed above us, muffled by ceiling tile and ductwork. There were two of them. That was the moment the trap tightened past anything we could explain away as one rogue employee. Marta backed toward the pantry door. "We cannot stay. Pavel is outside," Henrik said. "Other is above." The access panel shifted again. Dust sprinkled down onto the toilet paper stacks. Marta yanked the mop handle free from the door. "When I open, run right, not left. Right takes old corridor. Door 417. You use card, understand?" "You just said 417 isn't a room," I said. "It opens maintenance void to fire stair C if card works." If the ceiling panel lifted higher. A gloved forearm reached through. Owen started crying quietly, trying to breathe through it. Pavel's shadow moved under the pantry door. Marta gripped the handle. Everything in me wanted to refuse. To say no, we wait. Police are coming. Someone heard Owen's call. Someone downstairs must notice smoke, alarms, missing guests, Marta gone from her cart. But waiting had become the most dangerous thing we could do. Every normal system had been turned into a wall. Marta opened the door. Pavel stood there with the utility knife low at his side. Henrik threw the first thing he could grab, a box of soap bars. It burst against Pavel's chest. Elise followed with bottled water. I grabbed Owen by the back of his shirt and shoved him through the gap. We ran right. The corridor ahead counted down fast. Pavel shouted behind us. The second man dropped from the pantry ceiling with a crash of shelves and a heavy grunt. Marta screamed something at him. I didn't look back, and that failure would stay with me later. We sprinted under red lights, slipping on carpet seams, bodies battered and clumsy. Henrik lagged, face waxy. Elise dragged him by the good sleeve. Owen's bare feet slapped the carpet. At the end of the corridor was a blank wall. My heart seemed to stop. Then I saw it. A brass plate set lower than the others, half hidden by a shadowed recess. Not on a normal guest door. On a narrow service door painted to match the wall, with a black card reader beside it. Behind us, Pavel rounded the corner. Marta was not with him. The second man was, both running. I slapped my keycard against the reader. "Red, again," Elise shouted. I tried again. "Red." Pavel was 10 yards away. Henrik shoved me aside, took the card, wiped it on his shirt, and pressed it flat to the reader. Green, the lock clicked. We fell through the door into darkness. Owen came last. Pavel's hand caught his shoulder. Elise grabbed Owen's wrist. I grabbed Elise. Henrik, with a sound like something tearing in him, kicked the door from inside. Owen ripped free, leaving his t-shirt torn in Pavel's hand. The door slammed shut. On our side, an automatic bolt engaged with a heavy, final clunk. For 1 second, we were safe. Then the red emergency light above the door blinked twice. A motor started inside the wall. The door we had come through sealed with a descending metal plate, covering the handle, the reader, and the only way back. Point of no return. Ahead of us, In the dark maintenance void behind room 417, a narrow passage sloped downward toward a cold concrete stairwell marked C behind us. Pavel hit the sealed door once, then stopped. And from somewhere below, in the stairwell, we now had no choice but to enter. A phone began to ring. The phone kept ringing below us. Not a mobile ringtone, not one of those cheerful little songs people choose for themselves. This was an old landline sound, hard and metallic, two sharp bells and a pause. It came up the concrete stairwell in regular bursts, bouncing off painted cinder block and exposed conduit. Ring, ring. Pause. Ring, ring. Behind us, the sealed door marked 417 shuddered once from a hit on the other side. Owen made a soft, choking sound. They're coming through. They can't, Henrik said, but he didn't sound certain. The red emergency light above the sealed plate painted everyone in bad colors. Henrik's face looked gray, his swollen wrist tucked against his chest like a dead bird. Elise stood with one hand pressed to her ribs, breathing through her nose, hard. Owen's torn t-shirt hung off one shoulder. His bare feet were already blackened from the service floor. Marta wasn't with us. That fact sat in the dark like another person. The maintenance void behind 417 was not a room. It was a narrow crawl of usable space left between the old guest corridor and the newer service wall, wide enough for a person to walk sideways in some places, not in others. Pipes ran overhead. Bundles of cable were strapped along the right wall. The air smelled of concrete dust, hot wiring, and something damp that had been sealed away too long. Ahead, the passage sloped down toward a fire door with a small green sign. Stair C below that, somebody had taped a laminated sheet. For staff evacuation only during reset ring ring. The phone below. Elise looked at me. That could be police. Or Pavel, Owen whispered. Pavel is behind us, I said. Henrik leaned his shoulder against the concrete wall and closed his eyes for half a second. Phones in stairwells connect to security desk. Emergency, intercom maybe. Then we answer it, Elise said. No one moved, because answering meant descending. Descending meant committing to stair C, away from the only door we knew, even if that door was sealed now. My body wanted to stay close to it anyway. That old stupid instinct. Stay near where you came in, as though the past might reopen if you waited politely. The sealed door banged again. This time there was a buzzing sound afterward, like a power tool starting and failing. Henrik opened his eyes. They have tools. That settled it. We went down. Stair C was cold compared with the corridors, the kind of cold that lives in concrete and doesn't care what season it is outside. The steps were narrow and painted dark gray, with yellow anti-slip strips peeling at the edges. A metal handrail ran along the inside wall. The stairs turned every half flight around a tight square shaft where utility pipes vanished downward. I went first because I had the key card, though I had no idea what good that made me. Elise followed, one hand on the rail, the other still on her ribs. Owen came after her, trying to step lightly because of his bare feet. Henrik came last, breathing in controlled bursts, forcing himself not to groan. Above us, behind the sealed 417 door, the buzzing started again. Ring, ring. The phone was one landing below. We reached it between the 4th and 3rd floors. It was mounted in a red metal box behind a cracked plastic cover. The label read, "Fire Warden Phone Lift to answer the receiver jumped slightly with each ring." I lifted it. "Hello," static. Then a woman's voice came through, distant and clipped. "Emergency operator. Identify your location." My knees almost gave. "Bohemia Grand Hotel," I said. "4th floor no, stair C, between 4th and 3rd. There are guests trapped. A man named Pavel is chasing us. He has access to service doors. There's another man with him. Fire shutters are down. We need police and fire." The operator spoke slowly, carefully. "Stay on the line. Are you injured?" "Yes," I said. "One broken wrist, maybe. One rib injury. Smoke exposure. We're trapped in stairwell C." Owen grabbed my sleeve. "Tell them Owen called. Tell them they heard me." Owen Briggs called before. From room 442. "I have that," the operator said. "Units are being dispatched. Hotel staff are reporting a false alarm and system reset. Do not return to the 4th floor." A sound came from above. Not a bang, a click, then another. Elise looked up the stairwell. "Daniel," the operator was still talking. "Can you proceed down to ground level?" I looked at the landing below. The stairwell continued downward, but at the 3rd floor landing, a steel fire door had a red light above it and a sign reading "No exit during reset." Below that, the stair flight was blocked by a metal gate that had dropped across the stairs like a security grill. "We can't," I said. "There's a gate below." Henrik came down 2 steps and stared. "Compartment gate, fire control. Can you open it?" I asked. "With what hand?" The click above came again. Then a scraping sound. Pavel wasn't cutting through the sealed metal plate. He was using another access route. The second man had come through the pantry ceiling. The service spaces connected. Of course they did. That was the whole point of them. Elise stepped close to the red phone box. "Ask how to release the gate." I repeated it. The operator said, "There should be a manual override key box near the landing. Fire service access only." We looked. On the wall beside the dropped gate was a small glass fronted box with a red handle behind it. "Emergency release break glass there," Owen said. "Break it," I told him. "With what?" Elise held up her metal travel mug. She still had it. Dent on one side, tea stains down the handle. An ordinary thing that had somehow followed us through all of this. "Move," she said. She swung it into the glass. The first hit cracked it. The second broke it inward with a bright, nasty pop. Glass scattered onto the landing. Owen jumped back too late. A shard sliced the side of his bare foot. He cursed and slapped a hand over it. "Sorry," Elise said. "Open it," Henrik said. I reached through the broken glass and pulled the red handle. Nothing happened. I pulled harder. A panel above the gate flashed. "Local override disabled during reset." "No," I said. Elise read it and made a sound that was half laugh, half despair. "Then why put a handle?" "For firefighters with master control," Henrik said. His voice was thin. Above us, a door opened. Not the 417 door. Higher, hidden somewhere in the maintenance void. Footsteps entered the stairwell. Slow, careful. Pavel's voice drifted down. "Daniel." Owen began to cry again, silently this time. I put the receiver back to my ear. There in the stairwell, there above us. The operator said something about staying calm and finding a defensible location. It sounded both professional and absurd. Defensible location. We had a landing, a broken glass box, a disabled gate, and 4 damaged people. Henrik pointed to the 3rd floor fire door beside the gate. Try your card. I took out the room 417 keycard. My hand shook so badly I missed the reader the first time. Red, Pavel's shoes appeared on the flight above. Black work shoes, carpet dust on the toes. Red, Daniel, Pavel called, almost gently. Open the gate. Only need the card. That landed wrong. Only need the card, not us, not anymore. The 3rd scan went green. The 3rd floor door unlocked. Inside, I said. Elise pulled Owen. Henrik backed in after them. I held the phone receiver stretched as far as the cord allowed. We're entering 3rd floor from stair C, I told the operator. Stay on the line if possible. The cord would not reach. I had to let go. For a second, I hated myself for it, as if hanging up was abandoning rescue itself. Then Pavel came around the corner above, utility knife in one hand, key fob in the other. I dropped the receiver and slammed the 3rd floor door behind us. The latch clicked. We were on the 3rd floor now. A normal hallway, 2 normal, blue-gray carpet, white walls, framed prints of Prague bridges. Ice machine alcove to the left. Guest rooms on both sides. The sign beside us said rooms 301-328 with an arrow pointing right. At the far end, an exit sign pointed left toward main elevators. For one beautiful second, the hotel made sense again. Then the door behind us beeped. Pavel had a fob. Run, Henrik said. We ran toward the elevators. This corridor was occupied. That changed everything and nothing. Behind one door, someone laughed at a video. Behind another, a shower ran. A room service tray sat on the floor with a half-eaten club sandwich and a small glass bottle of ketchup. The world was still happening on the other side of thin doors. People were scrolling, showering, changing clothes for dinner, all while we stumbled through red-eyed and limping like a disaster nobody had been notified about. Elise pounded on doors as we passed. Help, call police. Owen shouted, fire, call police. A door opened at 316. A woman in a robe stared at us. Pavel burst through the stair door behind us. The woman screamed and slammed herself back inside. That scream helped, not because it saved us, but because now somebody else had seen him. The elevator alcove appeared ahead. 2 guest elevators, a fake plant, a mirror, a sign for the lobby bar, normal, real. I hit the down button. Nothing. A small screen read. Elevators temporarily recalled Henrik swore. Pavel was half the corridor away, moving faster now. The second man came behind him, broader, heavier, wearing black gloves and a hotel maintenance polo turned inside out. He had a red mark across his forehead, where he must have hit something climbing down from the pantry ceiling. Elise looked left. A door marked ice/vending. Inside, she said. Trap, Henrik said. Better than open hall. We piled into the alcove. It was small, maybe 8 feet by 10, with an ice machine humming on one wall and a vending machine glowing on the other. A trash can sat in the corner. No back exit. Henrik grabbed the door and tried to close it, but it had no lock. "We need a wedge," Elise said. Owen, bleeding from his foot, grabbed the trash can and jammed it under the handle. Henrik shoved his shoulder into the door. I looked around for anything useful. Vending machine. Ice scoop chained to the machine. Metal grate beneath it. Fire extinguisher mounted behind glass. Another glass box. "Move," I said. I took Elise's mug and smashed the extinguisher glass. My hand caught a shard, not deep, but enough that blood ran hot into my palm. I barely felt it. Pulled the extinguisher free. Pavel hit the door. The trash can buckled. Henrik shouted from the force of it. "Open," Pavel said through the door. "Last chance." "Go to hell," Owen yelled, his voice cracking. The second man kicked the door near the handle. Once, twice. The gap widened. I pulled the pin from the extinguisher. I had never used one in my life, except in a workplace training video where everyone laughed because the cone blew sideways in the parking lot. I remembered one acronym. Pass. Pull. Aim, squeeze, sweep. Strange what the mind keeps. The door burst inward. Pavel came first. I aimed at his face and squeezed. White powder exploded out with a violent hiss. It filled the alcove instantly, burning my eyes and mouth. Pavel shouted and stumbled back, hands up. The second man cursed behind him. I kept squeezing until the extinguisher coughed empty. "Now," Elise shouted. Henrik shoved the door with his shoulder. Pavel fell backward into the second man. Both hit the corridor wall. We ran over them, not cleanly. Owen slipped on powder and went down hard, his bleeding foot leaving a red smear on the carpet. Elise grabbed him under one arm. I grabbed the other. Henrik kicked Pavel's knife hand as he passed. The utility knife skidded under the room's service tray near 312. Pavel reached for my ankle. I stomped down without thinking. My heel hit his wrist. He let go. I still feel that in dreams sometimes. The small bones under my shoe. The sound he made. We didn't go to the elevators. We went past them, following the green exit sign toward the main stair. This stair door opened. No reader, no fob, just a push bar. We crashed into the main stairwell. Warmer air, wider steps, painted walls with hotel evacuation maps at each landing. Voices below, real voices. A child crying. Someone asking what was going on. An alarm pulsed faintly through the walls. We were almost out. Then Henrik fell. He missed one step between the third and second floors, probably because he was dizzy from pain, probably because he had been holding himself together with stubbornness and nothing else. His foot went sideways. He grabbed the rail with his bad hand by instinct. He screamed. His body turned and slammed into the wall. He didn't tumble, thank God, but he dropped to the landing on his knees, shaking. "Go," he gasped. "Go." "No," Elise said. Pavel hit the stair door above. It opened. He appeared through the powder haze, coughing, face white, eyes red and furious. The second man was behind him, but slower, bent over, blinded worse. The main stairwell changed shape in my mind. Down meant lobby. Up meant Pavel. The second floor landing sat between, with Henrik on the ground and Elise trying to lift him. Owen was leaning on the rail, blood dripping from his foot onto the concrete. There was no clean escape, so we made a dirty one. I I grabbed the evacuation map from the wall. It was in a metal frame with a thin plastic front. I tore it down and shoved it into Owen's hands. "Go down," I told him. "Find people, police, firefighters, anyone. Tell them stair C, Pavel, 4th floor, reset, Marta." "I can't leave, go," he went, limping, crying, half falling down the stairs, but moving. Pavel came down toward us. Elise stepped between him and Henrik, holding the dented travel mug again. Tiny, absurd weapon. Pavel raised the key fob hand, then stopped. He seemed to realize it was useless here. No readers, no hidden doors, just stairs and people starting to shout below. That made him more dangerous. He lunged for Elise. I hit him from the side with the empty extinguisher, not like a hero, like a terrified man swinging too late. The metal cylinder struck his shoulder, not his head. He staggered into the rail, but stayed upright. Pain shot through my cut hand. Elise swung the mug into his face. This time, it hit his nose. Blood spilled over his mouth. Henrik, still on his knees, reached out with his good hand and grabbed Pavel's ankle. Pavel kicked him in the ribs. Henrik folded with a sound I never want to hear again. I swung the extinguisher again. Pavel ducked. The cylinder hit the rail and rang loud enough to hurt. Then the second man grabbed me from behind. His gloved arm went around my throat. He smelled like dust and extinguisher powder. My feet scrabbled on the landing. The extinguisher slipped from my hand and clanged down the stairs. Elise screamed my name. I couldn't breathe, not dramatically, not in a cinematic way, just a sudden hard absence. My body went animal, hands clawing, heel kicking backward, nothing landing well. The second man dragged me toward the 3rd floor door. Pavel spat blood and pointed at my jacket. Card, the key card, still in my pocket. That was all this had become. Access. A card issued by mistake to a door that should not have been given to a guest. A small procedural failure turned into leverage for 2 men who knew the building's broken spaces. I grabbed the keycard through the fabric. For 1 second, I nearly handed it over. Not because I wanted to, because my body wanted air more than pride, more than strategy, more than anything. Then I saw Henrik's watch. His injured wrist was swollen around it, the metal band cutting into the skin. Earlier, he had refused to let me look. Now it gleamed at floor level, 1 hand from my shoe. I dropped my weight. The second man lost balance. We both crashed down. His grip loosened for half a second. I sucked air, reached, and tore Henrik's watch from his wrist. Henrik shouted. "Sorry," I rasped. I slammed the metal watch face into the second man's hand. Once, twice, he let go. Elise grabbed the keycard from my pocket. For a second, I thought she meant to hide it. Instead, she snapped it in half, then in quarters. The plastic cracked sharply in the stairwell. Pavel saw. His face changed. Not anger, panic. "No," he said. Elise threw the pieces down the open stair shaft. They fluttered and flashed in the emergency light, disappearing toward the lobby level. Pavel moved for her. A deep voice boomed from below. Police, down on the ground, not sudden saviors, not perfect timing. Owen had reached people. The emergency call had gone through enough. The woman in 316 had screamed. The alarm had finally done what alarms are supposed to do. drag witnesses into the open. But Pavel did not drop. He grabbed Elise by the sweater and pulled her against him, utility knife gone, but one arm locked across her chest. She gasped, ribs crushed. The second man tried to stand and slipped on powder tracked from the alcove. 2 uniformed Czech police officers appeared, one landing below with hotel staff behind them, shouting in Czech and English. One held a baton. The other had a hand on his holstered sidearm. Their faces were tense, not theatrical. Real people processing a bad stairwell with injured guests and a bleeding man holding a woman. "Let her go," one officer shouted. Pavel backed up 1 step, then another, toward the 3rd floor door, toward service access, toward escape. Henrik moved. He was on the floor, hurt badly, maybe with cracked ribs now on top of the wrist. But he still had legs. He kicked Pavel in the back of the knee. Pavel's leg buckled. Elise tore free, but not cleanly. Her sweater ripped. She fell sideways into the rail, striking her cheek hard enough to split the skin. Pavel swung around, off balance. I hit him with my shoulder. All my weight, all my fear, all the delayed action of every moment I had waited for someone else to decide. We slammed into the wall beside the stair door. His head struck the painted cinder block. Mine hit his shoulder. Pain burst white behind my eyes. The police were on him before he could recover. One officer drove him down onto the landing. The other moved past us toward the second man, who raised his gloved hands and sank to his knees, coughing powder. Pavel fought for 2 seconds, then 1, then none. Metal cuffs clicked shut around his wrists. The sound was small compared to everything else, almost disappointing. Elise sat on the stairs, one hand to her cut cheek, the other pressed against her ribs. Henrik lay curled on the landing, breathing in short, wet pulls. Owen was below, sitting on the bottom step with 2 hotel guests holding towels around his foot. He looked up at me and started laughing, not because anything was funny, but because his body had run out of other settings. I slid down the wall. The cut in my palm was bleeding properly now. My throat burned where the second man had squeezed. My shoulder throbbed. My ears rang. A woman pushed past the hotel staff below. Marta. Her uniform was torn at the collar. One eye was swelling. She had a smear of blood at her hairline, but she was walking. Elise saw her and made a small, broken sound. Marta looked at us, then at Pavel on the floor. She said something in Czech, quiet, bitter. Pavel turned his face away. The police began asking questions before any of us had enough breath to answer. Hotel staff crowded the landing. Radios crackled. Someone said firefighters were checking the 4th floor reset. Someone else said the manager was coming. The ordinary world poured in all at once, loud and procedural, and too late. I looked up the stairwell. Above us, past the 3rd floor door, the hotel corridors were still there. Rooms counting up, down, wrong, right. Service passages behind walls. Doors that looked like doors and doors that looked like rooms and rooms that weren't rooms at all. The conflict was over. Pavel was cuffed. The second man was on his knees. Police were in the stairwell. But I still had the feeling that the hotel had not given us back everything it had taken. My phone was dead. My room did not exist. My suitcase was somewhere on the 4th floor. Daniel Mercer, room 417, had been reduced to a broken card scattered down a stair shaft, and a name on a reservation that should never have been made. An officer crouched in front of me and asked, in careful English, "Sir, can you tell me what happened?" I tried. The first word came out as a cough. The second would not come at all. By the time they got us out of the stairwell, the lobby had stopped looking like a hotel lobby and started looking like the waiting room of a small emergency department. Guests stood around in slippers and conference lanyards, wrapped in coats thrown over pajamas, holding phones at chest height, but not quite recording yet. A child in dinosaur socks cried into his mother's hip. Someone from the restaurant kept repeating that the bar was closed, as if that was the important part, as if the normal categories still applied if you said them firmly enough. The police put Pavel on his feet in the middle of all that light. His face was powdered white from the extinguisher, blood dark at his nose and mouth. One of the officers held him by the back of his collar, while another guided him past the front desk, where two clerks stared at him with expressions that looked less like shock and more like the dawning recognition of a problem they had been hoping would stay theoretical. Pavel did not look at us. That bothered me. I expected hatred or a threat or one last useful piece of ugliness to explain what he had tried to do. Instead, he kept his eyes on the marble floor, stepping carefully around the wet footprints from people who had come in from the street to see what all the alarms were about. The second man came after him. His name, we learned later, was Anton Liska, 38, male, Slovak, a contractor who had worked on the old wing renovation and never returned a set of access tools. At the time, he was just the man who had put his arm around my throat. He had a split lip, red-rimmed eyes, and the blank, resentful stare of someone already deciding which parts of the evening had been someone else's fault. An ambulance crew examined us near the lobby windows, under a chandelier that made everything too bright. Henrik fought them for about 30 seconds. "I am fine," he said, while his right wrist had swollen into something that no longer looked like a wrist. The paramedic, a woman with cropped hair and a calm face, touched 2 fingers to the inside of his forearm and said something in Czech. Henrik answered in German. Neither of them understood the other, but the meaning passed cleanly between them. "Sit down before you fall down." He sat. Then he fainted. Not dramatically. He just went quiet, folded forward, and would have hit the floor if a firefighter hadn't caught him by the shoulders. When he came around, he looked furious with himself. That was Henrik. He could survive a man with a knife, a sealed stairwell, and a broken access system. But losing consciousness in front of strangers seemed to offend his entire idea of who he was. Elise sat beside him on the floor with an ice pack pressed to her cheek. The cut there had already been cleaned. A thin white strip held it closed. She kept one arm wrapped around her ribs and spoke only when someone asked her a direct question. Not because she was weak, because she had become very careful with her energy. Every breath cost her something. Owen was taken first, His foot needed stitches, and he kept apologizing for bleeding on the lobby rug until a firefighter told him the rug was the hotel's problem. He laughed at that, then started crying again, embarrassed by it, wiping his face with the back of his hand like he could make the reaction smaller. Before they loaded him into the ambulance, he reached toward me with 2 fingers. I thought he wanted a handshake. He wanted my sleeve. "Told me to go," he said. "You went." "I almost didn't, but you did." He nodded like he needed the confirmation entered into the official record, then let the paramedics guide him away. Claire found me while a medic was cleaning the cut in my palm. I had been watching the front desk manager talk to the police. He was a narrow man in a black suit with a silver name tag and the hollow look of someone who had just realized his entire career had become evidence. He kept touching his tie. Every answer he gave seemed to make the officer write more. Then Claire said, "Daniel." I turned. Claire Donovan stood near the edge of the crowd in her conference blazer, hair half pinned, face pale in a way I had never seen before. Nina was behind her, but I barely registered that. Claire held my suitcase handle in one hand, my suitcase. It had a smear of black rubber on one side and one wheel bent slightly inward, but it was there. "I found it by the elevators," Claire said. "Or near where the elevators should have been. I don't know. They wouldn't let me go farther." I tried to answer, but my throat still hurt from Anton's arm. The sound that came out was rough and useless. Claire stepped closer, slowly, like approaching a dog that might bite out of pain. "Your phone was dead." I went to the desk. "They said you had probably gone to your room." Then this kid came limping down the stairs, yelling about Pavel and Stair C. And she stopped. Her eyes moved over me, torn sleeve, powder in my hair, blood on my hand, bruising already rising along my neck. Claire was usually the person who filled silence because she disliked giving bad thoughts room to multiply. This time she let it sit. "I'm sorry," she said. "That made me almost laugh." "For what?" "For texting jokes while you were lost." "They helped," I said. She didn't believe me, but it was true. Those little messages had been proof there was a downstairs, a bar, a person waiting in normal time. A police officer took my statement at 11:40 p.m. in a conference room they had turned into an interview space. I remember the cheap pens. I remember the bowl of wrapped mints in the center of the table. I remember realizing that my hands were shaking only when the mint wrappers trembled. They brought an interpreter, though the officer's English was better than my ability to describe a corridor that had felt like it was rearranging itself, while also insisting nothing impossible had happened. So I told it plainly. Room 417. The wrong numbers. Marta's warning. Pavel. The fire reset. The service lift returning us to the 4th floor. Owen's room. The towel over the bathroom light. The hidden access door. Stair, see the card. When I got to the card, the officer looked up. "You broke it." "Elise did." "Why?" "Pavel wanted it." "Why?" I looked at the interpreter, then back at the officer. "I don't know." He wrote that down too. Later, a different officer explained what they believed had happened, or at least the version that could fit inside forms. Pavel had worked night maintenance at the Bohemia Grand for 6 years. He was fired after an argument involving missing equipment and unauthorized access to guest rooms. The hotel had changed the obvious locks, but not every service credential. The renovation had left temporary routes between old corridors, staff voids, and guest spaces, and during fire system resets, certain controls behaved differently. Anton, the contractor, knew the construction layout. Together, they had been using service routes during low staff hours to steal from rooms and possibly retrieve something they had hidden in the old wing before Pavel was fired. That was the part the officer said carefully. Possibly. Something hidden. They did not say what. Daniel Mercer had not been the target, not at first. That was supposed to comfort me. A reservation system error assigned me a credential profile tied to access point 417. The room number on my sleeve was not a room. It was a door. Some clerk, or some software sync, or some stale access template had turned me into a person, carrying a key to a place Pavel needed opened during the reset. A mistake. That was the word everyone liked because it was small enough to hold. Mistake. The front desk manager said it with both hands flat on the conference table. The hotel's legal representative said it while offering to arrange another room in a sister property. A corporate woman on speakerphone said it from London with the careful sympathy of someone already afraid of the lawsuit. Marta did not say it. She sat across from me with a bandage at her hairline and one hand wrapped around a paper cup of tea. She looked older than she had in the elevator, but not smaller. When the officer asked her to describe the fourth floor, she did it with the tired precision of a woman who had been ignored for months. Old wing should be closed, she said. Signage wrong. Fire reset scheduled wrong. Guest assignments wrong. I write report. I write 3 reports. The front desk manager looked down. Marta did not look at him. Henrik was diagnosed with a fractured wrist, 2 cracked ribs, and a concussion. He insisted on returning to Germany the next day until a doctor told him, in English this time, that flying immediately was a stupid idea. Henrik considered this, then asked if there was a better medical term than stupid. The doctor said no. Elise had bruised ribs and needed 4 stitches along her cheekbone. The scar, she told me 2 days later, would probably be small. Architectural, she said, touching the bandage lightly, like a badly planned renovation. That was the first joke she made after it happened. None of us laughed much, but we appreciated the attempt. Owen's friends showed up at the hospital still drunk and terrified, carrying both of his shoes, even though he had only lost one. He texted the next afternoon to say he had 6 stitches, antibiotics, and a mother on the phone threatening to fly to Prague and personally dismantle the hotel. Claire stayed with me until sunrise. We did not talk about work, not once. The conference badge stayed in my suitcase pocket. My slides went unopened. At some point, I told her I had been more afraid of looking foolish than I had been of getting hurt, at least at the beginning. Said it because exhaustion had stripped the varnish off everything. Claire nodded. You do that, she said. I know. No, I mean you do it a lot. The words should have stung. Instead, they landed cleanly, like a diagnosis I had already suspected. The The Bohemia Grand moved us all to another hotel after dawn, not a sister property. Elise refused that immediately, and Henrik backed her with one raised eyebrow, which somehow had the force of a signed legal order. Police kept our original rooms sealed. My passport was found in my suitcase, tucked into the back pocket where I had put it myself, and then forgotten. Pavel had lied about that. Simple manipulation, nothing more. My original hotel room never existed. That sentence became important to me. There was no room 417 listed as a guest room in the Bohemia Grand's current floor plan. There had been 1 year earlier, before the renovation, back when the 4th floor had a different arrangement. On archived maps, 417 was a small single room near the old service stairs. Later, it was absorbed into what the contractors called a maintenance void, which sounds like a technical term until you spend time inside one. Then, it sounds like a warning. Police recovered several stolen items from a locked service cage off Stair C. Watches, cash, passports, a laptop, jewelry rolls, and a small stack of keycards wrapped in a rubber band. They also found a pry bar, 2 hotel uniforms, and a handwritten list of reset times. Pavel and Anton were charged with burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, and other crimes whose Czech names I could not pronounce. The hotel faced investigations over safety violations, faulty emergency access, and failure to secure staff credentials. That closed most of it. Most. 3 days later, Claire and I returned to the lobby to collect the last of my things. I did not want to go back, but avoiding the place felt like letting it keep some piece of me. Claire understood without making me explain. The lobby had been cleaned. That was the worst part. No blood on the marble. No powder on the stair door handles. No guests in bathrobes. Fresh lilies stood in a vase near reception, giving off a sweet, watery smell that almost covered the floor polish. A new clerk smiled at us like nothing in the building had ever raised its voice. While Claire argued with reception about reimbursement, I stepped near the elevator alcove. I didn't mean to. My body just drifted there. The left elevator opened, empty, polished brass, warm light. The floor indicator showed 0. Inside, someone had taped a white paper sign over the panel. 4th floor closed for maintenance. I stood there long enough that the doors tried to close, bumped my suitcase, and opened again. A maintenance worker across the lobby called, "Sir, you need help." Stepped back. "No," I said. The elevator doors closed. For a second, in the reflection, I saw the numbers above the doors flicker. Then nothing. Probably a faulty display. Probably a normal elevator doing normal elevator things in an old hotel with old wiring and newer systems badly stitched into place. Probably. Claire came over with an envelope of paperwork and a face that said she had won at least one argument. "You okay?" I looked at the elevator, then at her. "Yeah," I said. "I'm ready to leave." Outside, Prague was bright and cold. Trams hissed along the tracks. Tourists rolled suitcases over the pavement, wheels clicking over seams with that familiar little sound. Bump, 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 bump. I stopped so abruptly Claire turned back. "What?" A man crossed the sidewalk ahead of us, dragging a black carry-on behind him. One wheel caught every crack in the paving stones. Bump, 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 just a suitcase. Claire watched my face and said nothing. I made myself breathe in. Diesel coffee, rain on stone, someone smoking near the curb. Real smells. Open air. No red emergency lights. No locked stair door under my hand. We walked away from the hotel. I did not look back until we reached the corner. When I did, the fourth floor windows showed only curtains and pale reflections of the street. Nothing moved behind them. No one watched. No brass number glinted where a room should have been. Still, for months after, I checked hotel floor maps before booking. I charged my phone before leaving lobbies. I counted doors out loud, not because I believed corridors could change, but because I no longer trusted buildings to be as simple as they looked. And whenever a hotel clerk slid a keycard sleeve across the desk, I looked at the room number before touching it. Not quickly, not casually. I looked until I was sure it was a room, and not a door pretending to be one. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.